Alright, good morning everybody. On a Breeze Airways flight, getting ready to depart. Breeze Airways, they'll all depart on the other side this morning. We're on the 05s today. Hopefully, possibly you make it over here. We did catch this Breeze arrival. So, don't know that we'll be able to get you on the other side, unfortunately. If your plane comes to this side, then absolutely. But unfortunately, being that we're on the 05s this morning, no opportunity for me to get anything from Terminal 1, unfortunately. So good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope you guys are all doing well. That first departure there, that American Airlines, American 2333 headed to Charlotte. That other arrival, I believe, was from Charlotte. I don't know where this one was coming from. So hopefully, if you guys do come over here, we'll definitely have you on camera. Hopefully, that's an option. I don't know why this Breeze Airways landed over here, but we're glad it did, obviously. I haven't seen anybody depart from the other side yet this morning over here. I was down at the observation deck when I got here this morning for a minute. Looks like both runways are open today, and again, as you guys can see, we are on the 05, so not the most ideal situation, as you guys know, but gonna make do with what we got today. No chance of runway change today, I don't think. I was looking at the wind forecast for this afternoon. Looks like everything is gonna stay to the 05s. So we tried to set up accordingly here. We've got Delta from MCO, Delta 1337. It's going to be our next arrival here. It's going to be another A319. So again, this one from Orlando. 1 hour, 15 minutes of flight time here. So again, Delta 1337. Gonna come at us from Mickey Mouse Town. At least we can somewhat make our arrivals look decent here this morning and this afternoon. Gonna try to be out here as late as possible today. Hopefully our battery doesn't act up. We didn't have any problems with it the other day on Wednesday, so hopefully we'll be able to get it. Keep it going well for today as well. Looks like our next arrival is going to be at American Airlines, American 2607, another A319 coming in from Philadelphia. This one's going to be here in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes or so. Got ops out there on the runway, so you can see just left of your screen there. Got another Breeze Airways coming at us here. Don't know that they'll be on this side. Again, like I said, a lot of planes and stuff today. This one's Moxie 208 coming in from Columbus, Ohio. That one arriving in about 2 minutes as well, but I think it will go to the backside. Yeah, Terminal 2, it's nice. I enjoy it. But unfortunately, right now, even when they build the new runway, it'll still be in the way. But hopefully, after they build the new runway, it won't be quite as much of a nuisance. Maybe there'll be some, just right here where the terminal is really, really tall, we'll have issues. But hopefully, as you can see, the construction over there, hopefully that will alleviate a little bit of our problems of having visibility issues. That is one of the biggest issues here with RDU, is the visibility for us. So that's why we stick to the parking garage, unfortunately. We had America's Greenest Airline livery here this morning already. That one came in and departed. I was here for the departure. Just finished setting up the camera when they departed. So America's Greenest Airline leaving us earlier. Maybe they'll turn around and come back and visit us again this afternoon. So they're lengthening the runway by, I think it's going to be 10,600 and something feet. They wanted, I think, 11,000, but they didn't, for whatever reason, the FAA didn't grant them 11,000. It's definitely plenty enough runway for us to get big arrivals. Hopefully one day we'll have some 777-300s here, but I feel like by the time that we get more international flights, now here's my theory, okay? And just from what I saw in Dulles, so if and when they add more international flights, especially from Europe, I have a big feeling that they're going to be on the A321XLRs. Just a theory, just a theory. But being that we saw XLRs flying 7 and 8 hours from, you know, Spain, Portugal, over to Dulles last month, I'm anxious to see what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of years. But that's just my theory at the moment. I feel like the XLR is going to take over a lot of the wide body stuff, unfortunately. And that's not something we want to see. That American from Pittsburgh is going to land behind us. It is going to land 5 right. Because we got a small one here on final. This is the second private owner aircraft I've seen this morning on this side. Robbie, good morning. Yeah, so the current runway that you guys are seeing now will become a taxiway in the future. But it is run its course. It's old, and they don't want to repair it anymore for runway action. Just want to go ahead and build a whole new runway here, which is okay with us. And then again, you guys can look it up. Look up RDU 2040 project. You can find that on Google. It'll show you all of the blueprints and expansion plans. You can search the images and see all the new legs they're going to try to put on the terminal and everything to that nature. So the airport's going to expand quite significantly over the course of the next 15 years. I'm going to say 20 years. I don't feel like they're going to have the runway done here before 30. just my prediction there. You know, Eric, the calendar says August, but the temperatures out here say September, October. Absolutely feels amazing out here this morning. Nice and cool breeze. Midnight the Wolf. Getting out of here. We are going to have that other Breeze Airways coming in here from Columbus, Ohio here in just a minute. Looks like they are going to come at 5 left for us. Give us a little breeze action here. Again, like I said, we are on the 05s this morning. No chance of them changing, so not the greatest of views today. A lot of the building in the way. A lot more than we're used to. Our A319 from Philadelphia coming down the hill here as they came in on the opposite side. But again, we do have that breeze coming in over here from Columbus. And look, we do have a United 737 back here in the alleyway, which is not something we normally see. This little 700 sitting back here waiting for departure a little later on in the afternoon. Right. T's got the days numbered for the pumpkin spice fall stuff. I'm not looking forward to wintertime by any stretch of the imagination. Granted, summer's been it's been a rough patch here. Really, really hot heat wave, high humidity. It's been one of the more difficult summers we've had here for Carolina Aviation. Spring was fantastic, though. Absolutely enjoyed the springtime weather. Summer, though, again, it's plagued us a little bit. A couple episodes of the show have gone awry due to the high temperatures. Wintertime will flow a lot smoother. It's just me that can't handle the cold. The equipment and everything, loves it. Peachy keen. Me, on the other hand, not so much. Got that heated jacket ready to go for the wintertime months. I got the snow pants last year, so we should be good to roll right on through winter. If you guys love nighttime shows, our Wednesday show will be in the dark. Yeah, it feels like the first week of October here. Nice and cool this morning. Huge change from last year, or from last weekend. Moxie 744 getting ready to head to Albany, New York. They are getting ready to line up over on the other side, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got a viewer who's going to bring me a thermos so I can put hot chocolate and stuff in it. So we can at least have that on Sundays. Be able to be up on the roof when the wintertime rolls around, unless we have some rain. So I can stay warm at least on Sunday in the sunlight. So this Breeze A220 is going to make that left turn, head up the hill here to Terminal 1. Pretty significant wind blowing in my direction here this morning, thank goodness. Nice, and should be nice and cool all day if it stays like this. I did see that there's a pretty significant wind blowing off the coast out there, blowing right in here on us. Hey, looks like our 737-700 is about to push back. Yeah, not normal that we see a 737-700 back here in the alleyway. Hey, good morning, Ramona. Joey, good morning. Again, welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Sunday. Looks like we got a Max United rolling out here. Got a Delta Connection Endeavor 5160 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. Going to be our next arrival here. A little CRJ 900LR. And we've got our 757 back to Atlanta. There she is. Good way to start the show here with our 75. So they'll both wait for that CRJ, I think. Maybe. Well, looks like United might go for it. CRJ is still... Nope, that CRJ is going to come in on the backside. I don't know what the deal, what's going on here. Maybe they're landing everybody from the northeast on the backside, and everybody from the northwest coming in on this side. Because we got a southwest coming in. We're going to find out where Southwest is going here in just a minute. So United in this Max on the move. He'll burn up most of the runway here. And of course that 757 ready to go here in just a moment. It does look like we're going to have Southwest come in on this side. So Southwest 1172 coming in from BWE, coming in from Baltimore, Maryland. Going to be our next arrival. I'll take the Southwest over the Delta Connection CRJ. I'm A-okay with that. United Max up and out of here. Delta 757 lines up next. 757 back to Atlanta. United 2289, they're off to Newark, New Jersey. That is a 737 MAX 9. The sports car of the plane world getting ready to move. There they go. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of those engines. A little bit here of this departure. Southwest is already in view. So the 757 off to Atlanta. Southwest from Baltimore. Nice touchdown for Southwest. 737-800. Southwest going to come to a stop early. They're going to go ahead and make that right-hand turn off the runway. Catch them going up the hill here in just a minute. Delta 1925 is the 757 back to Atlanta. What's up, Matthew? Good morning. Good morning again, everybody. I do have 5 Carolina Aviation memberships to gift out this afternoon. We're going to do that around 12 o'clock. So we'll take out our time around noon to gift out those memberships. And of course today, as per normal, we do have our American from London as well as Air France later this afternoon. I'm going to try to stick around for both of those departures later this evening. Around the 7 p.m. hour. Hopefully we've got enough battery to make it there. It looks like our batteries are behaving themselves here this morning. At least one of them is. The one that we're having issues with is the one I like to start with. Looks like we got an American Eagle E175 on push. Got American Airlines 2683 here coming in about 5 minutes from Dallas Fort Worth. 2 hours. So we're going to say 2 hours 8 minutes by the time they touch down here. They've been in the air currently 2 hours 2 minutes. Michael C, good morning. Brigitte, good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Good to see Brigitte Klaus here this morning, hanging out with us. It's afternoon for her there in Germany. Got the Delta CRJ coming around the corner. Delta from LaGuardia earlier. Okay, Brigitte, we'll see you later, hopefully. Again, thank you, Brigitte, for hanging out with us. As always, she's always here in our shows. Thank you, John V. Economy class. 6-speed life, absolutely. The humidity this morning is perfect. The temperature's perfect. The weather's just fantastic this morning. I couldn't ask for any better weather. That 737, 700 about to push. See our wing walkers hanging out there. Ready to get them pushed back and out of here. Got a Cirrus G2 Vision Jet landing over here behind us. Coming in from Harrisburg. Hoping the American from Dallas doesn't follow suit. Find out here in just a second. Oh, absolutely. I'm excited about not having to take my shoes off through TSA. Such a pain in the butt. We await our 700 pushback here. Johnny V, unfortunately, I am not. I'm stuck to one runway, being that they're on the 05s today. If they were on the 23s, I would have been down at the end. There was plenty of room at the other end this morning, but the wind's not playing ball correctly today. So unfortunately, the other runway won't be seen, sadly. Walter, good morning. Does look like our American from Dallas will be our next arrival over here. 737-800. Again, 2 hours, 8 minutes or so for the flight time for American Airlines 2683 from Dallas. Kind of looks like they might be having a little bit of an issue here, getting this one ready to go. Whiskey Tavern. I've yet to eat there. I always come in really early. Anytime I fly, it's either really late in the afternoon or really early in the morning when we get here to fly out of here. But Whiskey Tavern's definitely one of those places I want to try in the airport. I think next time I might get here a few hours early so I can go eat. Last time we flew out of here, we were doing a live show inside the terminal there, so we didn't really get much to eat. We got food, and once we got on the plane, we ate, but after we got off air here. So again, American coming in from Dallas Fort Worth is 737-800, 2 hours, 8 minutes. Nice touchdown for the American from Dallas. There we go, finally. Pushback of our 737-700. Kevin, good morning. Yeah, it looks like they're doing it that way. Anything from the west is coming in on our side. Anything from the east going to the other side this morning. So that we've got a Delta CRJ coming in from JFK, I believe. Endeavor 5097 coming in from JFK, going to land over on the backside. So they've kind of changed things up for us. So hopefully we should see Southwest 3819 coming in from Chicago Midway here in about 7 minutes. That's going to be a 737-800. This right here is something new for me. Again, I've never seen any of the 737s back here. Of course, anything bigger than a 700 doesn't fit back here in the alleyway. So this is definitely an interesting sight. As they pull the 737-7 out to the starting line. The wind is nice and gusty here, as you can see the trees moving around. Got an American Eagle ready for departure. The American Eagle go here while we check out the United here, ready for startup. watching Southwest here. See what kind of decision they decide to make here. Hopefully they'll come in over here in front of us. Just like the other Southwest. We had a couple of JetBlues over here this morning, hanging out here when I got here. Very odd to see them on this side of the terminal. And again, of course, this one here, not something we see in the alleyway every day. Thought he was about to make a hard right turn there for a minute. He's going out there to get on the farthest taxiway there. Can't tell if Southwest is coming in this side or coming in the other side just yet. I feel like it's coming in 5. It's hard to tell on flight radar which runway they're going to take here. It's almost like they're right dead center. Definitely coming in this side. Again, this one coming in from Chicago Midway, Southwest 3819. (737-800). 1 hour 29 minutes of flight time for this one. Gavin, what's up? All right, again, that one, Southwest 3819 from Chicago Midway. 1 hour, 30 minutes of flight time for that 737-800. We'll pick that one back up here in just a minute. So it looks like we might get a United turn and burn here out of this 700. Southwest making their way back. Pick up that United here. Okay, United touching down now. I mean, United, Delta. Delta coming in from Minneapolis, Delta 2519. It's an A320-200. United 2163, they're headed out to Washington Dulles. Got American 2340 coming in from Miami. That one going to arrive here in about 7 minutes. It's going to be an A321 Neo. 251 NX, right? 253 NX. For our next arrival. Randy S., good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Nice, cool Sunday morning to start off. Feeling a little bit like fall. Dang, there's nobody in the alleyway, nothing. At least the drop-off line looks to be fairly decent here this morning. Unlike Wednesday evening, if you guys were watching Wednesday evening show, very, very empty down here in the drop-off. Today, though, much better. I forgot we do have the CRJ right here, don't we? And check out what's going on with them here for just a minute while we wait on that next arrival. That next arrival, again, about 4 minutes away now. They're making some weird moves and some weird adjustments out there. Oh, absolutely, Vol Nation. It has cooled off quite significantly here this morning. The humidity's dropped way down. And the temperature right now, according to my computer, it says it's 73 degrees out here. On the way in, my car said it was about 75, 78, so somewhere around in there. Either way, with the low humidity right now, it feels amazing. Should be a good day today, high of about 83 degrees. Hopefully we can run this day with no issues from the heat. Let's see, Frontier, north the Harp Seal, coming in about 10 minutes, coming in from Buffalo. Trying to gauge what all we got going on this morning here. Up Mesa Airlines from Houston. The American 173 Heavy, still 2 hours, 35 minutes out. Air France, 5 hours, 11 minutes out. Doesn't look like they're that far, but they are, I guess. They're making a weird turn out over the Atlantic Ocean if you guys are following along with them. Copa Airlines coming in from Panama. They're 3 hours, 20 minutes. They just left 43 minutes ago. Aeromexico has yet to leave. And JetBlue 404 coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. They're lit up on flight radar, but they're not left yet. Looks like they're getting ready for their pushback. They're in Puerto Rico. We've also got Endeavor 5120, another 7 minutes for this Delta Connection CRJ. Now that one is just behind the airport here. Don't know that we'll see that one the way they've been bringing everybody in this morning. Everybody from the west has been landing on our side, everybody from the east landing on the other side here this morning. That A321 from Miami though, another 2 minutes or so away. Here in the parking garage. Ooh, they're getting ready to load some bags here on Delta. So this Delta CRJ came in from LaGuardia earlier. Again, so if you guys are just joining us, like our buddy Pip here, everybody that's been on the east side of the airport's been coming in behind us. Everybody from the west has been coming in here on our side. We are on the 05s here today. The wind is quite gusty this morning so far, as you can see here by the trees. Little garbage bag taken off there. So again, the wind is quite blustery this morning. Blowing hard. Birds are hard. Oh, where'd he go? See, oh, maybe he's gonna go around there? I don't know. Watch the baggage carts at the moment. Again, our next arrival is that Miami flight here in just a minute. There's a dog down there in that grass. Hey, Pip with a $2 super chat. Most likely to plane spot HS. All right, American from Miami. Nice strong wind here this morning, so they're not going to go as long as we'd like, I don't think. This one looks like it might take it down a little further. But again, the wind is blowing quite hard here. All right, let's see what Endeavor decides to do here. See if they decide to follow this A321 in, or if they'll do like all the rest from the Northeast, come in on the other side. Looks like that CRJ will make their way to this side. So next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5120 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. The CRJ 900LR. Arriving here in about 1 minute or so. We'll have that CRJ back here in the alleyway. It looks like they're that baggage cart that I was looking at that was headed to that other CRJ. Looks like he's they're going to wait on that other CRJ that's coming in here in just a minute. So it looks like this might be the gate that they use for that one. After the CRJ, we've got Harp, the North, the Harp Seal, coming in from Buffalo, New York, arriving now just 1 minute. Frontier 2979. So the A321 from Miami, they stuck their nose around the corner here and then turned around. So I assume they're waiting for a gate. I don't know what the other side of the terminal looks like, but obviously there's not a whole lot happening here on this side of the terminal, unfortunately. Lynn, good morning, good afternoon. So the A321 from Miami sitting there waiting. Our Endeavor off the runway there just behind the terminal. We've got a United A319 headed out to the runway here. Ready for their departure. So we're waiting for a North, the Harp Seal. Again, that one coming in from Buffalo, New York. 1 hour, 13 minutes or so by the time Harp touches down here. Or North, the Harp Seal, sorry. Hopefully we'll get North back here in the alleyway. We do have that CRJ coming around the corner here. As United hangs out a minute. too many things here. Alright, so United A319, that was United 1117, headed out to Denver, Colorado. The CRJ already made their way to the gate. North, the Harp Seal, I think, is going to go around... Nope, there she comes. North, the Harp Seal, coming around here. I lost the tail a minute ago. Arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4354 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. An Embraer E175LR. An American Eagle here. touchdown for the American Eagle. Got another United Express. It's operated by Mesa Airlines. Ash 6148 coming in from Houston. It's going to be another E175LL. 2 hours 10 minutes. We're going to say 2 hours 12 minutes by the time they arrive here. We'll have that American Eagle in the alleyway back here. Looks like we're going to fill up quite quickly. Fingers crossed. As we check out north the Hartsfield here, after arriving from Buffalo. As you can see, the wind quite stout. That American Eagle struggling just a little bit there. Don't know if our next E175 will struggle just as bad, but again, the wind is a little on the high side this morning. Joshua, good morning. United's going to be followed by another American. Nice touchdown for the United Express from Houston. Again, that's Mesa Airlines. Got an American A319 out at the end of the runway ready to go. Our next arrival is going to be Envoy Air 3817 coming in from Washington, D.C. Coming in via Ronald Reagan. David Johnson, there's a possibility. I'll have to look at the calendar and see what day the October 31st is on. Probably, if it's a Sunday, I'm not sure, because Halloween and everything, and the family does the whole big Halloween thing like we did last year, so we'll see what happens. What day that ends up on. If it's a Wednesday, probably. I don't know. I have to work that day if it's a Wednesday. Oh, it's a Friday. Then I'm not sure if I'll be out here. So here comes our next arrival. Again, this one is Envoy 3817 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Reagan. CRJ down here below us starting up. So David, they move the London flight over here every day. Usually, they didn't last Sunday when we were out here, but typically they move it over here so that Air France can occupy that customs gate. They only have customs at one end of the terminal here, so they can load at this end on the D gates, right? But they absolutely have to unload over on the C's. So they have to. About an hour before Air France's arrival, they take and they move the 777 down to the other end here. Again, we're waiting on the CRJ to get out of here. Looks like we're going to have a little surprise arrival over here in just a moment. Looks like VXP 617 Aviation Airlines from Fort Myers, Florida. 1 hour, 30 minutes. It'll be about 1 hour, 32 minutes for the 737-700. Gonna make their way over to this side this morning. But yeah, so they move the 777. The 777 goes to its normal gate. When it gets here, they offload, and then they taxi it over here to the other side so that they can load the passengers over here. For whatever reason, they don't like to put the two 777s on that corner gate there on the C end. Now we did see that last Wednesday. They did that last Wednesday, but they really don't like to do that. Oops. So, a Velo coming in from Fort Myers, Florida. Got everybody using every runway here today, it looks like. Good look at the 737-7. As we got the two Deltas here ready to go. Next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4459 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. 1 hour, 12 minutes. Flight time by the time they touch down here. That's going to be another E175LR. We've got a minute before they get here, so let's go over, try to get some Avello up the hill here. Don't see Avello too often, especially right now when we're on the 5s. And I also find it funny, they won't do the 777s over there, they don't like to, but they'll do the 777s in the A330 or the A340 depending on what Lufthansa brings. They really started doing that when Air France brought the A350, because the A350 could only fit on that one gate. Be interesting to see what they decide to do today, whether or not they leave the American at the C gates or whether they bring her down here to the D's. Finally, the A321 is going to be able to get out of here for Delta Airlines. Got another Frontier arrival here in just a minute. Coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth. Clark W. the Grizzly Bear. I almost said Clark Griswold. I like how they did that though. I get it now. Clark the Grizzly Bear. Nice play there, Frontier. Nice play. Matt Man, good morning. Rotation for that A321. Should have quite more of those, as windy as it is here this morning. Got a couple of Frontiers coming in here. That one, Delta 1699, they're headed off to Atlanta, Georgia. Another Atlanta flight here this morning. We've got a CRJ on the move. The American Eagle turning into their gate. There's our CRJ. This one I assume back to New York. We'll find out here in just a moment. Delta is Endeavor 5160. They're headed back to LaGuardia. I believe that's where they came from about an hour or so ago. Got an A321 headed out. This is either headed to I believe this one's headed back to Charlotte. Could be Dallas. No, Dallas was a 737 this morning. So we got a couple of Frontier arrivals. Frontier 3330 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. Frontier 3057 coming in from Boston. That's going to be Yukon the Caribou. So this American 1895 headed to Charlotte, North Carolina. An A321 out of here. We've got a couple more minutes here before our Frontier arrivals. About a minute. So we're going to have back-to-back Frontier arrivals. Hopefully they both make their way over here. We've also got a Southwest off to the west. can see there how much the camera is shaking due to the wind here this morning. Quite windy so far today. Wind giving us a little extra shake. Looks like that other Frontier gonna land over here behind us, so hopefully we'll have Southwest here in just a minute. So that's Clark, the Grizzly. Don't know that we'll see Clark again. Go around to the other side again. Got that A321 Neo, Frontier 3057, Yukon, the Caribou coming in on the other side. So that more than likely means we'll have that Southwest coming in on the downwind here. We'll see. It kind of looks like they're lining up for the backside as well. So we'll give them a minute to situate where they're going. Ron Cox, good morning. Again, good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are doing all right this morning. Exactly, Vol Nation. I really like the fact the animals. It allows you to see which planes you get here more, which ones you don't. I think it was a really good idea for them to do it that way. Basically, every one of their liveries is like a special livery, to be honest. Come on, Southwest, don't disappoint me. Looks like Southwest is lining up for 5 right. Possibly. Looks like they're trying to make their decision here. They are going to follow Frontier. Which means our next arrival is going to be a Delta, it looks like. We do have another American headed up here. Another one coming from Charlotte, arriving in 10 minutes. We do have Delta on the downwind here, arriving in 6 minutes. Plane is... Lynn, I think it's just one of each. If I'm not mistaken, somebody could, if somebody else knows, but I believe all of their planes are individual. I don't think they have duplicates. So I think each one is one and specific. Here's our Caribou. They make their way down the hill. We haven't had Ward in a while. Anybody remember the last time we saw Ward here? So again, Delta 2164 looks like they're going to be our next arrival, coming in from Detroit. 1 hour. We'll say 12 minutes by the time they reach us here. Again, Southwest touching down now. So I try to do something. I know, you know, we've been doing the ads on Sundays. I told you guys that the long shows, with the ads, they pay for themselves. So I saw something interesting. I was watching Banana Ball the last couple of nights here on YouTube. And so they had their setup where it was like side by side. I couldn't get mine to set up that way this morning. I tried to where you guys get the ads in a side by side kind of deal. But unfortunately, I couldn't get ours to do it. It wouldn't save for some reason. So we had to do it the old school way. I think it's only for certain live streams, if I'm not mistaken. But Sunday's the only day I try to do the ads. That way it pays for at least one episode out of the 2 each week. So then whatever you guys decide to gift us is all keeping us in the black. And speaking of, we're about 23 minutes away from me gifting out 5 Carolina Aviation memberships. We're going to gift those out around noon this afternoon. So about 23 minutes, we'll be gifting out memberships once again. Delta making their turn. I can see them off in the distance down there. Got about another minute or so for that A320 from Detroit. Again, Delta 2164. Going to be that next arrival. And just a reminder, make sure you guys smash the like button. Today I set it at 300 today, I believe. So if you guys haven't yet smashed the like button yet, please do so. If you're new, subscribe. Speaking of which, I forgot to check our subscriber count before the show started. I think it was at 62? 60 or 62 here to start the show. We're up to 68 so far. So thank you guys. Make sure, again, you guys smash the like button if you haven't, as well as subscribe. Say hello, don't be shy, of course. That is correct, Jeff. It is much, much cooler here in Raleighwood. Thank goodness. Feels like a really fall day. Alright, so Delta, our next arrival. We're just waiting on it to clear the fire escape here. They're going to be followed by an American Airlines. Speaking of American Airlines, there we go. We got a 737. This one, I believe, headed back to Dallas-Fort Worth. Came in from Dallas earlier toward the beginning of the show. Again, like I said, we're gifting out memberships around 12 o'clock. Depending on how busy we are. So about 20 minutes from now, we'll gift out 5 more memberships. According to my computer right now, we're looking at about 75 degrees here in Raleigh. So definitely wanted to make the huge effort today to be out here and enjoy the cooler temperatures. not quite in the right spot to catch them coming in. I did go up on the roof this morning, or up on the upper level this morning, to see if we could possibly find a good spot, but unfortunately there wasn't anything close to this end, so we can gather those touchdown shots. So again, this one coming in from Detroit. Looks like that American 737 gonna get ready to go here. So we better hurry up and get a move on. We've got American from Charlotte, American 2023 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. Another A321. This one here I feel like is headed back to Dallas. So Lynn, I've been trying to get that to work. I've tried several times to make the weather deal work there. I can't figure out how to make it work. I'm gonna have to sit down and do some more research, see if we can't figure that out. Hopefully here soon we'll have some, we'll revamp the channel a little bit here and see what we can do. Do some revamp work here. Try and give you guys all of the info and all of the things here. Struggling to find time to get anything done though. Seem to be very, very busy. So there comes our Charlotte arrival. Oh, I don't know if that's good luck or not, but got a dragonfly landed on our camera here. Aren't dragonflies supposed to be good luck? Dragonflies on the camera, bees landing on me. Come on, get out of here. Shoot. Come on, dude. Looks like a little honeybee that keeps landing on me. Alright, so American Airlines, the one that departed there, that was American 2960. They're headed to Miami. Thought that would be our Dallas flight. Well, hopefully the dragonfly landing on the camera will bring us some really positive juju here today. It's definitely interesting. That is a first for me. What is happening over here? Big old cloud of something there in the middle of the airport there. I don't know what that was all about. Ah, I know what it is. They're firing off the water from the fire station over there. So again, if you haven't smashed the like button, again, we're about 15 minutes away from gifting out 5 more Carolina Aviation memberships here. We gifted out some last Sunday, so we're going to gift out some more. Got the drop-off lane busy here this morning. Good to see, especially after Wednesday. We didn't have a whole lot of traffic here in the drop-off area. What kind of car is that? It's an orange Ford Fusion, Ford Taurus. I thought it was something else at first. But anyway, as you can see, the drop-off line full up there. North the Harp Seal hanging out over here. We're going to take a peek at flight radar, see what we got going on here. Looks like we've got a quiet moment here. JetBlue 404 has left San Juan, Puerto Rico 34 minutes ago. So we'll see that one in 2.5 hours. Aeromexico getting ready to leave Mexico City. They're on the ground and taxiing, it looks like. Copa Airlines 2 hours, 22 minutes out. They're on a 737-800 today. No MAX for them. American 174 Heavy entering Maine there. They got about an hour and 40 minutes left in their flight. Got a Southwest 1300 arriving in 15 minutes. Again, we're going to have a quiet moment here for a few minutes. Don't know that Southwest will make their way over here or not. We do have a CRJ out toward the end of the runway, ready for departure. Looks like they'll go for it here. Turn and burn for the CRJ? Nope. Ariel, good morning. All right, here we go. Delta CRJ on the move. Pick that CRJ up on the other side here. So that one headed to Newark, New Jersey. Again, like I said, we've got all of the American E-175s over there from different locations here this morning. Got another Delta CRJ. Is this one ready for push? Getting close. Looks like they've got it closed up, ready to go. Looks like jetway's been pulled away, so this one right here getting ready for pushback. So another CRJ. We got a Southwest departure, Southwest 159 headed to Austin, Texas. They departed over on the other side. So the CRJ should be ready to go here in just a moment. Check on our battery on our Wi-Fi here. 63%. Good. So we got a little bit of time there on that. Looks like we've lost 1 bar on our big battery, so hopefully today we'll be able to cruise right on into the evening here. As long as we don't lose this battery here, we're good to go. So again, we got a couple more minutes here. We're gonna gift out those memberships to you guys. So get ready here to push this one. They were almost ready. Looks like we're loading baggage onto Frontier over there. There they go. The wing walkers walking their way out. Removing the wheel chocks. For Delta. Still not quite ready, it looks like. Wing walkers are out there waiting though. 121 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button so far this morning. Again, a long way to go here in today's show as we check out our CRJ pushback. We also have that E175 over on the other side pushing back as well. So again, if you guys haven't yet smashed the like button, please do so. Subscribe if you're new. Looks like we got an American Airlines headed out this way. This one headed to Dallas. So American at 2685 headed to Dallas Fort Worth. It's going to be out here in just a minute. We have that Southwest coming around the corner here, but Southwest I believe will go to the back side there. We've got about a minute here before I gift out you guys those memberships here. So, hold on, there we go. So congratulations to Barb D, Kenneth, Dr. Pepper, Vince, Mouseman Rick. Congratulations to you guys on getting those 5 memberships gifted by me. So congratulations to you guys. Southwest is going to make their way in over here in front of us. Thank goodness. Give us a little arrival action here. I was worried Southwest was going to go the other side. Southwest fighting that wind a little bit. Southwest coming in very fast. CRJ making their way out to the starting line there. Got the American Eagle E175. So Michael Spencer, where we're at this morning, it doesn't allow us to see the other side, and partially because they're on the 205s. If they were on the 23s, I would have been down at the other end of the parking garage this morning, giving you guys the view of both runways. But even if I went all the way to the opposite end here to give you a semi-shot of both ends of the runway, or both runways, you really can't see much of the other side because of all the trees and stuff back there on that side. You catch the arrival, but you won't catch like the touchdown, kind of like right here, but it's not very very good down there. So So hopefully next week they'll go back to the 2-3s. Last week we were over here, they were on the 0-5s, and then they switched to the 2-3s, but we were already locked in position for the 0-5s. So we got American headed to Dallas Fort Worth. You guys can hear that departure there. Yeah, so hopefully next week, next episode of the show, we'll be able to get back to where we can see both sides of the runway, or both runways. With them being on the 0-5s, it's very, very difficult. The other reason why I don't particularly go all the way to the end here on 6 is they have the, I guess it's the parking building along with the PD and a bunch of other things in it here. I can show you the corner, the edge of that building here as we have our next departure ready to go. But they, so this building right here, they have cameras on this building, and they, anytime I'm down at the end, they tend to watch me. So I try to stay away from the ends there. They don't ever come up and bother me, but it still makes me a little awkward. I got a friend that works in the parking department here, and he's like, "Hey, I thought that was you on camera." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Oh, they got you up on the screen down there on one of our CCTV cameras." I was like, "Great." So I try to stay away from that end of 6 if possible. Yeah, it really doesn't matter where you go. You really cannot catch both ends or both runways here at RDU unless you're at the north end of the parking garage here. And they've got to be coming in from the north. Unfortunately, like I said, today, no such luck. Doesn't look like the wind's going to change for us either. The wind hanging on to the 0-5s today. Again, last week they changed. All right, so again, Delta 2519, they're headed to Minneapolis. That American we saw departing headed to Dallas Fort Worth. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 1279 coming in from Tampa. Another A319. That one arriving here in about 1 minute. Got another American Eagle push back over here on the right side of the terminal. So we've got the E175 and the CRJ gonna line up here, get ready to depart back to back, looks like, possibly. You know, I honestly don't know if they could put in a spot where you could see both runways. We have the observation deck. My ultimate goal for the airport would be for them to put something in on the opposite side of the runway we're looking at. Especially for in the evening. Oh man, the evening shots would be absolutely fantastic with the sun lighting up those planes. Whether or not they'll ever do that or not, I have no idea. There's a whole lot of nothingness over there to the west of the airport. A couple of access roads, but I don't think they'll ever allow us to have access over there as plane spawners. Mentioned it several times here on the show, and I've mentioned it to a couple of folks here that work here at the airport, but that, again, that'll be many, many years down the road here as they've just now started working on getting the runway underway here. These two look like they're going to wait for our Delta from Tampa. going to be about 1 hour, 24 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down here. Looks like our American E-175 might go for it. Miss Carolina gifting one membership out to Wes. Congratulations to Wes. And a huge thank you to Mrs. Carolina. If somebody were to shine a light off the left side today, we could definitely get that shot. We're not going to follow that American Eagle out as we wait for our Tampa arrival. It is a lot closer. Sometimes they'll sneak in on us, but we will give you the information there on that American Eagle departure. As they take their opportunity to get out of here. Still not up on flight radar just yet. There they are. Envoy Air 3817, they're headed to Washington, D.C. via Reagan. Comes our A319 from Tampa. So nice touchdown there for the A319 from Tampa. Again, Delta 1279. So again, good afternoon everybody. Welcome to our Sunday show. Hope you guys are all doing well. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you're just joining us. A long afternoon here. Gonna try to stay for the departure of both of our 777s here this afternoon. Looks like the weather and the temperature going to hold in for us this evening. RDU Native, good afternoon. Will, what's up? Goes that CRJ out departure. Alright, so our CRJ, they're off to JFK, Endeavor 5009. Headed to JFK. We had that other American Eagle E175 pushed back a little bit ago. So it should be coming out there. We've got North the Harp Seal sitting over here. Let's take a quick look and see where all of our internationals are. Looks like our next arrival is going to be United Airlines 2858 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. 737-900. That one just southeast of the airport here. Hey, we got Rosa, the pink-headed warbler, coming back. We saw that one on Wednesday, I believe. Got our American 777 passing Boston right now. Just east of Boston. So 1 hour, 19 minutes for the American 777. Copa crossing Cuba. They still got 1 hour and 55 minutes. Aeromexico's about to cross over the Gulf here. Let's get on to the Gulf. They still have 3 hours and 20 minutes of flight time. So United's getting ready to make their right-hand turns to make their way onto final. Molly, good afternoon. We've got an American Eagle up and ready for departure. If you were sitting on the right side of the plane and you were doing a shine the light moment this afternoon, could definitely get you this afternoon. Nice and close up. Nice early rotation for the American Eagle. Let's see, where are you headed? Republic Airways 4765, they're headed to JFK, New York. That one there. Ready to go. Are we disconnecting? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Or are we reconnecting? I assume he's about to roll the hose. The AC hose, possibly? Yeah, we still have Midnight the Wolf here on the other side, and we still have the Grizzly, I believe. I think Midnight's still here. Did Midnight leave? Looks like North the Harp Seal, though, getting ready for departure. They're rolling up the AC hoses here. nice cool afternoon like it is right now, they may not need those air conditioning lines. I swear it feels like it's early October out here. It's so nice at the moment. Quite the afternoon here in the Triangle. My computer still says it's about 76 degrees here, so I'm okay with that. Again, United 2858 going to be our next arrival. They're coming in here just in about 1 minute. 1 hour, 8 minutes flight time by the time they touch down here. So we'll give that one another minute to clear the fire escape here. And then, of course, we'll have that arrival. Again, that is a 737-900. Way back in the day. Now they're only operating the A series for Airbus. There's our United in 737-900. We haven't seen Ward the Beaver in quite some time, unfortunately. Yeah, the weather here, very nice. I know we need to get Bird Beak in here today at some point. If you guys don't know what Bird Beak is, well, it's the nose from this livery on the new livery. It makes the Uniteds look like a bird beak. It's one of our favorites. Like they're bringing down some more carts off the hill. Got an American Eagle pushed back right here. Gonna hang out with that one here for just a minute. Looks like we've got an A321 253 NX. I believe that's our Neo. American Airlines 2340. Going to be headed to Miami here shortly. Next arrival looks like it's going to be Endeavor 5114 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. That's going to be a Delta Connection CRJ. 1 hour, 5 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down here. we got a few minutes for their arrival. Then we're going to have Republic Airways 4378, an American Eagle coming in from JFK, New York. About 7 minutes out, followed by a Delta. We've got a Southwest as well. So the arrivals are coming here. Oh yeah, I saw that Vol Nation that In and Out was moving to Tennessee. I want to go to Whataburger at some point. I think next time we head down to Charlotte, we might go to Whataburger. I've always wanted to try it. There's one in Greensboro, I believe. North, the Harp Seal looks like she's ready to push back. So just a reminder, make sure you guys smash the like button. Subscribe if you're new. Stop in, say hello. We're up to 74 for the day. We started the show with 60. So 14 new friends here this morning and as start of the afternoon. So thank you guys. I did gift out 5 Carolina Aviation memberships earlier today around lunchtime. So congratulations to all of you who got gifted that membership. Mrs. Carolina gifted out 1 Carolina Aviation membership as well. So that we're up to 6 gifted memberships today. So again, I'm trying to make it to 300 likes. Again, if you guys haven't yet. Smash the like button. I still want to go over to Del Taco. I almost went over to Del Taco yesterday in Durham, but I thought better of it. I don't know if any of you guys have ever eaten at Del Taco, but Del Taco is way better than Taco Bell. Actually, there's no comparison between Del Taco and Taco Bell in my opinion. As we await North's pushback, we had that CRJ arrival. I gotta get back to our, here, flight radar. I was trying to do some stuff off flight radar. Southwest 1793 coming in from Dallas. Loves Field, gonna land over here behind us, unfortunately. No luck from them. We've got the Republic Airways 4378 coming in from JFK. They'll be here in just a minute. Followed by Delta E175 coming in from Boston. Republic Airways 5626. Gonna have a pair of E175 arrivals. One from Delta and one from American. Looks like we've got an A321 sitting out at the end of the runway waiting to go back to Miami as we await this one's pushback. They don't have the wing walkers out there yet, so they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Head over here to this A321. Again, this one's going to go back to Miami. Exactly, there by air. That's where it ends. Taco in the name, and that's it. Again, every time we go down to Orlando or whatever, I go eat at Del Taco. Try to eat it for Zoli's too. The last time we were down there, for Zoli's, another fast food Italian restaurant. So we're awaiting Republic 4378. Looks like they're getting a gate ready for the E175 down there, possibly. I don't think this is our... I wonder if they might wait to push Hart back, or north. Dang it, I keep getting them mixed up. Push north back here after the arrival of that E175, maybe? I don't know though. Delta on the move here. Definitely thought the A321 was going to get a move on here, but possibly going to wait for Delta barreling down on them. It says 2 minutes, but they're about a minute and a half out here for arrival. Got that CRJ coming around the corner. United 737 sliding in the gate here. I thought that 737-9 went to a gate over on the other side. So we got the A321 finally ready to go back to Miami here. Just missed them marshaling in that CRJ there. All right, so United down there, that 737-900. I was wondering where they went to. Looks like we've got NetJets from Nantucket going to be our next arrival. A Bombardier Challenger 650 going to be our next arrival over here on this side. Again, that one coming from Nantucket. Looks like North the Harp Seal is going to get a move on here. You can see beacons on for this one. Maybe that shows up on camera. Not sure if it does or not. Hey, Brian Lloyd. Looks like our next arrival is going to be a fly exclusive. Another one from Nantucket, Cessna Citation CJ3 Plus. Going to be our next arrival here. 1 hour 55 minutes of flight time for the little Cessna Citation. Follow that up with a couple of Deltas here. Delta 2633 coming in from Atlanta, 737-9 GP. We also got Republic Airways 5778 coming in from LaGuardia, New York, 1 hour, 8 minutes. That one arriving in 3 minutes. That's another E175 arrival. There we go. Gonna have to hold off a second. They've got the Delta E175 sliding back here. Stuck on 1038. That's Delta, right? Lots of action happening here. We've got the American Eagle E175 out there. United Express E175, and now we've got a couple of Frontier pushback here. As they get the gate ready here for this E175, North the Harp Seal can't push back until they get this one in place. Hey Barb, good afternoon, good morning. I should be out here till almost 7 tonight. Comes our Cessna from Nantucket. Cessna here. I'll give you guys our marshalling shot. No worries, Barb. I'm up on the 6th level if you decide to come out here today. Be here again until probably about 7 o'clock. We should end the show around 7, right after our heavy departures. So that means I'll probably be out here till about 7:30, cleaning up. Comes our Atlanta arrival. Yeah, I'll probably, it depends on the battery. I figure 6:30, 7 o'clock is probably when our batteries will run out. Try to time it so that we can get our 777s out of here this afternoon. So there won't be too much staying after that time period. If we can get our first battery to run about 5 hours, we might be able to run a 10-hour show today. Again, we do have one battery that is on the fritz. That is Delta from Atlanta, that's 737-900. Delta 2633. North to Harp Seal, pushing back as you can see, firing engines. I'm going to mute my mic. You guys enjoy the ambient sounds of the airport. United Express E-175, they're headed back to Houston. That is Mesa Airlines Ash 6075. Again, headed back to Houston, as you guys can hear. Our A320 just below us starting engines. We've got that other Frontier over there ready for departure. There's a Delta Airlines just behind that one. We've got Republic Airways. That one already touched down. We missed it with the departure of our Dang, that looked like a pretty violent, several violent turns there for this Frontier. That didn't look very fun to me. Looked like I might need that barf bag if I were on board that one. Man, oh man. What a set of turns, no? What do you guys think of that? Alright, so we got Delta sitting out here, this A319 ready to go. We've got something small on final here. So Frontier 3073 Yukon the Caribou headed to Cleveland, Ohio. Estimated time of arrival. It's got about 1 hour, 3 minutes of flight time. Yeah, that didn't look too fun to me. Little 3-for-1 shot there. 3 different companies as well. United, Frontier, and Delta. Got that small one coming in now. Looks like we got the possibility of Breeze Airways coming in here. Moxie 330 coming in from New Orleans. Looks like they might be lined up and ready to go, or lined up and ready to come in over here on this side. As this A319 gets out of here, I believe this one's either headed back to Tampa or headed back to Orlando. We'll find out here in just a moment. Delta headed to Fort Lauderdale. Delta 1038. Is that A319? I was correct about the state, but wrong about the city. We've got Frontier 1517 Rosa, the pink-headed warbler. Again this week. Should be a nice arrival here in just a few minutes. But we do have Moxie 330 coming in from New Orleans. 1 hour, 40 minutes of flight time for the E190. A321 for American Airlines. Looks like they're getting ready to go. They're going to go past Hart or north. I keep doing that. Head back over to our Breeze from New Orleans. E190. Next arrival is going to be that Frontier from Philadelphia. Touchdown there. So it looks like we've got a minute or two here before that A321 departure. I believe that one might be headed back to Charlotte. Turn and burn for the A321. Looks like we got some clouds rolling in here. American Airlines 2688 headed to Charlotte. That A321 off to Charlotte. Alright, let's take another quick look here at flight radar, see what we got going on here as we watch these guys unload the 737-9 here. American 777 now 35 minutes away there, just outside, south of DC. Getting close to Norfolk, it looks like. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Endeavor 5072. Another CRJ from Delta Connection. Velo on the move, headed to Rochester, looks like. They're on the other side behind us. Pilatus up next, but that one I believe is going to land behind us. We don't have anything here for the next couple of minutes. While we wait, looks like we've got a couple of Frontiers though ready for their departures. North, the Harp Seal still sitting over there waiting for their departure. This one I believe is Clark the Grizzly Bear. I like how they did the play on words with this one. I feel like they did Clark Griswold from the National Lampoon's movies. Because that's exactly what I said when I first saw it. I was like, Clark Griswold. So Clark the Grizzly. Gonna get a move on here in just a minute or two. Still looking good on our Wi-Fi, about 40% here. 3 hours, 5 minutes into today's show. We've lost 1 bar on our main battery here so far this afternoon. So again, fingers crossed that we're able to stay at least 10 hours. So it may not be a thing, but I feel like that's, you know, I feel like Frontier puts a lot of things together that you wouldn't think about, like this one. There are a couple other ones that we see every now and then. But if Frontier meant it that way, that is absolutely hilarious. His name's Clark W. He is the Grizzly Bear. Just my observation. Frontier, if you guys designed it that way, you guys are a genius. Alright, Clark. Out of here. I don't know that we've ever seen Clark, to be honest. Don't ever remember seeing Clark. He might be one of their newer planes. Headed out to Dallas. That A321 Neo headed out to Dallas. As you guys can see, it got very well, it's pretty cloudy out here now, which is even better for us here this afternoon. Might make it a little headache for the camera, but for us and the nice nice breeze we got going on here. So north the Harp Seal. She's finally getting ready to get out of here. Possible turn and burn here for north. Frontier 1039, they are headed to Orlando, headed to Mickey Mouse Town. They're going to make that left-hand turn there, or that right-hand turn, excuse me, to head to Orlando. Should have the pushback of an American Eagle here shortly, look, possibly. That one almost looking like it's ready to go. That 737-9. Well, they'll probably go out sometime a lot later this afternoon. So we'll be able to give you guys another update on our heavies here. Air France, we didn't give you an update on, but Air France is the American 174 Heavy. They're getting ready to be in North Carolina here in just a minute. 2 hours, 58 minutes of flight time left for Air France. Looks like they had to do some weird turns out there over the Atlantic Ocean. So, again, American 173 Heavy getting ready to be crossing into North Carolina. So we've got a few minutes for them. We've got Endeavor 5072 turning on the final here. They're coming in from JFK. Kind of looks like they're going to come in on the backside. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they're going to come around here in front of us. So we'll see where they end up, but I have a feeling they're going to come in on 5 right this afternoon. Copa Airlines looks like they're making a turn. I guess they're avoiding Frontier. Down there. They're over, they're about to pass into Georgia here in just a few minutes. Still about an hour, 6 minutes away. Aeromexico over the Gulf. Still 2 hours, 27 minutes of flight time remaining for them. Delta, the Endeavor, is going to come in behind us here, unfortunately. So we'll probably see that one coming down the hill here in just a minute after they make their touchdown here. Got Southwest getting ready to head to Houston. Again, that one will be over on the other side. NetJet's coming in from Panama City, arriving in 6 minutes. So American 173 now officially into North Carolina. It says arriving in 21 minutes. So we've got a little time here before we've got our heavy arrival. Nothing going on there. That American Eagle is getting ready to push back, but we do have some fueling action down here on this E-175. I'm sure they're all loving this cooler temperature here this afternoon. I can only imagine how bad it was for them down there on the ramp. Really hot afternoons and stuff. As they continue to fuel. So again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. I think we're at about 150 something likes, 160 likes. We gained one more new friend today. We started out with 760. We're up to 775. So 15 of you guys have decided to subscribe to the channel. Thank you guys for subscribing today. We're trying to make it to 300 likes. Last Sunday we didn't make it to 300, so this weekend trying to get to 300 likes. So again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. The only way I smell the fuel is when they start engines just below us. Usually that's the only way I can really smell it. As far as when they're doing their fueling like that, I don't really smell any of it. Looks like our next arrival, possibly American 2781, looks like it's going to be coming in from Philadelphia. 50 minutes of flight time. It says 7 minutes, but it is already past us here. It is south of the airport. It is on the downwind on the southeast side. So then we're going to make their right-hand turns around and come on in here. Again, they're coming in from Philadelphia. American Airlines 2781. We also have American Airlines 3262, about 15 minutes out, another A319 coming in from DCA. And then, of course, 15 more minutes will be the American 777 from London. American 2781 starting their turns now finally as we watch what they're up to down here. We do have another CRJ coming around the corner. This was the one that came in over on the backside. Terminal 2 side over there, or Terminal 1 side I should say. That turn. Go right in here to our Marshall. I gave those out right at 12 o'clock. And there's our CRJ in. Again, American 2781 going to be our next arrival. It's going to be another A319. It's going to be about 56 minutes of flight time from Philadelphia. So that one's going to touch down here in just a minute. Give it a minute to clear the fire escape here before we start hunting it down. So again, thank you guys for tuning in on this wonderful Sunday. Absolutely stunning weather this afternoon so far. Got a nice cloud cover. Hopefully the cloud cover will stay the same. So they get this CRJ ready, the other one ready for everybody to deplane here. Got the other one that's still getting ready, still getting fuel. Got an American Eagle pushed back over there on the other side. Again, we're awaiting that A319 here. making some corrections there in that bit of breeze we got going on. The wind's not gusty, it's pretty steady. Definitely a little bit of a struggle there for the A319. Saw them moving around and making adjustments. That A319 going to get out of the runway early there. Got that American Eagle coming around, getting ready for their departure here shortly. Got another CRJ possibly ready to go here. Pretty quick turnaround for this one. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American 3262, another A319 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Reagan. This one just north and west of the airport currently. Does look like this CRJ is about ready to go. We've had a lot of A319s this summer. Seems a lot more than we had last summer. Boy, the drop-off line is full. That's a good sign for later on this afternoon. As they take a couple minutes here to get ready to get this one out of here. Checks here, batteries and things. Knock on wood, everything seems to be working out pretty well. American Eagle go? I know it's coming around the corner here shortly. American 3262 now straight downwind from the airport. So American 173 Heavy finally coming into the picture here. They're just a few minutes away as well. Got our pushback here of our CRJ. Looks like the 777's going to go to the east of the airport here. So they'll be coming downwind from behind us. Hopefully there's no chance of them taking the runway behind us. Hopefully they'll continue their track the way they always do over here to in front of us. So, is our E-175 going to go? They waiting? What are they doing? Got that A319 turning final now. Making their left turn on to final. Republic Airways American Eagle headed off to JFK. Finally, our loud little CRJ gets out of the alleyway here. if you're just waiting on somebody, you could always go to the observation park and wait until they get here and then come up and pick them up from the pickup line. There's not really any free parking around the airport other than that. Christopher Brown, good afternoon. Thanks for a great show from RDU. Thank you, Christopher Brown, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you for the support. Next arrival should be American 173 Heavy from London after this one here. Getting this one coming in from Washington, D.C. via Reagan. Again, American 173. Just east of the airport at the moment. That A319 going to turn off early, looks like. Again, we've got enough of a breeze and wind here. I shouldn't need to use a whole lot of runway here this afternoon. So that CRJ we saw push back a minute ago, that one going out over there to the left of your screen, waiting for departure. Again, the American 777 making their turn. They went a little long, so I'm wondering if they're going to let United fly in here in front of them. We've got United 2653 coming in from Chicago. Another MAX 9. John V, 180 likes. Thank you so much for the update. Make sure you guys smash the like button here this afternoon if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. Subscribe if you're new. Be here for our 777 departures later this afternoon. So I do have a goal for likes today. I've got a goal of 300. We didn't make it to 300 last week. We'd like to break a record and hit 500, obviously, but we start with small goals first. So let's see who's going to get here first. What are they going to do? American has made the turn. They got to make one more slight turn here. See what they do with this here in just a second. No, we haven't seen any fighter jets here at RDU in quite a while. We do get them on occasions, rare, but we do get them every now and then. I'm usually not here for them though, unfortunately. So again, that CRJ that we saw push back a little bit ago, that one going over there to the left of your screen there, sitting and waiting. United's going to go a little further down there. They're going to let American 173 Heavy have it. So we've got London, we've got United from Chicago, we've got Endeavor 4944 coming in from Austin. 2 hours 18 minutes for the CRJ. And then we've got Southwest. Southwest looks like they are going to they're going to go over to the other side there. They're coming in from Fort Lauderdale. So we're going to get busy with arrivals here in the next couple of minutes. So we got a pair of Deltas over here waiting. A little 3-for-1 shot. United going way long there. Give them some space. As it looks like the Endeavor is going to come in right behind American. Gotta try to charge our phone here. So we can keep an eye on what all's happening. Looks like that A319 or A320 gonna go out to the end of the runway. No chance of them leaving, I don't think. American looks like they're already on a 5-mile final here. we got United coming in from Chicago. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the 777 arrival. Again, this MAX 9 coming in from Chicago. Linka, good evening. Greenville to Raleigh. Out and back. That's not too bad. 195 bucks. You know, I wish flights were like, you know, 50, 60 bucks. Again, I'd fly a lot of places if we had $50 and $60 flights. Go tons of places if you could get cheap flights. I'd go fly somewhere for the day and then come right back in the evening. It would be absolutely fantastic. Alright, looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 1897 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. About arriving in 1 minute. That A321. No, it's 737-800. Here we start our 737. Yeah, I would love to have some really cheap flights. I think I'd fly a little bit more if you could get our hands on some really cheap flights. Nice touchdown for the 737-800 from Charlotte. See, that's what I'd like to do, Gavin. Just fly from here, say, go to Orlando or something for the day. You know what I mean? I think it'd be fantastic, but airlines made it so hard to do that anymore, being so expensive. That's what we need. We need $50 airfare for day trips. I'd be all about that. Delta. That flight info on that arrival. Delta 2521 coming in from Minneapolis. Two hours, 8 minutes of flight time for this A320. Check to see what else we got on final here. Looks like we're going to have another United 1357 coming in from Washington, D.C. via Dulles. See, $350 for a day trip. I don't know. That's a lot. I'd be willing to spend $150 for a day trip. If I could leave as early in the morning as I wanted and come home as late as I wanted. You know, you figure your flight's about an hour, hour and a half. Give yourself as much of the day as you can. Speaking of United, we do have a Delta CRJ on the runway, but our United 737-900 pushing back. Again, we got that 737-700. I believe this is the one that we saw leave here earlier, the 737-700 for United Airlines. That was the one that was in the alleyway, I believe. May not be the same one, but again, it could be. Yeah, their flight schedule is all over the place. Miss Carolina thought about getting me that, the Go Wild Pass, back in the spring. Would have worked perfectly for me. All the places I want to go, Frontier seems to go to, so we'll hang out with this United here while we wait for that next arrival. Speaking of that next arrival, our 737-700 coming down. Yeah, we flew directly to Orlando from here via Frontier. But he's struggling with this one. To be honest, I didn't have any issues with United. With Frontier. You guys have heard me talk about Frontier several times within the last year. I honestly didn't have any issues, but then again, I don't fly Frontier, more than once a year. That was the first time I'd ever flown them, too. We flew them back in October last year. Didn't have any real issues with them. Weren't too terribly pricey. They weren't cheap, but they weren't pricey. we thought, like I said, we thought about Miss Carolina thought about getting it for me, her, and our youngest back in the spring. Seems like a good deal. I just don't know, you know, all their blackout dates and this, that, and the other. If you can't fly on the weekend, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? I work a regular 8 to 5 job, so it's hard for me to go places if it's not on a weekend. As many of you guys know, since we're not out here but one day a week during the week, we're always working, so. Yeah, I think one of the people that I've watched that does the Disney streams, I think he flew from Orlando to Los Angeles. It was like $80, $82 on Spirit or something. I'm like, really? You can't find anything remotely that cheap out of RDU, period. RDU is very, very expensive. So that Delta connection, that's Republic Airways at 5602. That's headed to Boston, Massachusetts. Looks like we got a couple more Republic Airways. 4545 coming in from New York via LaGuardia. That one's off to the east. We got Envoy 4152 operated by American Eagle. That one coming in from Chicago, 1 hour 27 minutes. Yeah, it is. It's amazing how expensive it is to fly out of RDUs. Like, even the cheap airlines, the flights really aren't that cheap. Because I think for the 3 of us to fly to Orlando last year was almost $600. Doing it round trip there and back, so I mean, I guess that's not bad. It's better than the $1,500 that Delta wanted. Ain't that the truth, Kevin? Ain't that the truth? Hopefully one day they'll get bigger so we can get some cheaper flights in and out of here. We tried to go to Miami one time out of here, and just to fly down, fly back, and hotel for like 4 days was almost $2,000. So we were like, yeah, no. And that was, I don't know, that was months out. I think it was like 2 or 3 months in advance we were trying to book that flight. So we ended up driving up to DC instead. That was a couple of years ago. It was really, really expensive. I mean, we all know how expensive everything has gotten nowadays. Alright, so our 737-900 getting out of here. I don't know where our 800 went, or 700 went. I was hoping to see it back here in the alleyway like we had it this morning. Yeah, and you know what, Nick? It's really funny. I saw a thing, they were talking about Southwest lost a third of their loyal customers due to the check bag issue, them doing away with the 2 free check bags. But I guess if you still have like their member deal or credit cards or something. I can't remember exactly what it is from Southwest. You still get those 2 free check bags, but you know, Southwest, you really don't get much on their flights. To me, JetBlue is the way to go. Yes, you got to pay for a bag, but used to, I don't know if it's still the same, if you still get the free Wi-Fi and all that on JetBlue. I haven't done that JetBlue flight since 2016, 2017, somewhere around in there. But back then when I did that flight, you know, I had the Wi-Fi on board, I had the DirecTV in the back of the seat, and the airfare was cheap. Then I flew back from Fort Lauderdale that same trip on Southwest. Didn't have Wi-Fi, didn't have nothing, no in-seat entertainment, and I barely got a bag of peanuts. And that flight was more expensive than the JetBlue flight down. So definitely interesting the way the airlines do it. Don't know that I would ever try Spirit. I mean, I guess I would if I just wanted to get somewhere cheap. One carry-on bag, like a backpack or whatever. A flight's a flight to me. But I've never really looked into Spirit. Back then they didn't really, I think we looked at Spirit, but Spirit was, you had to fly into Fort Lauderdale and then fly into, I think it was either Fort Lauderdale or Miami you had to fly into, and then you flew on into Orlando. And I can't remember how much that flight was for that. I haven't looked into any pricing here in quite some time, in fact. I haven't decided to go anywhere yet. I'd like to make some more plans to hop on a plane here before too long. I got some grumblings about Nashville, Tennessee, I think in October, but I don't know yet. Depends on what we're talking about, what I'm getting there when I get there. So I got a couple of options coming up in October, possibly. I don't know. We haven't decided on whether. We haven't really talked about whether or not we're going to go or not. But there is a trip posted for the family in October, but I don't know that we're going or not. We haven't talked about it yet, whether or not we gonna head down there, but more Disney action in October. And again, like I said, the wife said something about Nashville in October as well, so I don't know what the deal is. We don't have any set plans or destinations yet. If we do decide to fly anywhere, gonna try to travel a little bit for the show coming up. Not gonna fly obviously for the show, so we'll go to one of our 2 closest airports here. I've got Labor Day as an option to travel. I just have to be home on Monday. I am off Monday of Labor Day, but again, I'll have to be home Monday. All right, so United, that 737-900 headed to Chicago. that last arrival, that is Republic Airways 4545 from LaGuardia. Got an air start on somebody here. It's that E175 down there. We've got Copa here in about 8 minutes, 6 minutes. And we've got Stretch, the Great Blue Heron, arriving in just a few minutes as well via Frontier Airlines. Some more of our international stuff coming in here. We should have JetBlue 404 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. They are, in fact, out just east of the airport, arriving in 6 minutes. Got another Breeze coming in here. Chances are this one coming in from Albany. Good chance that it'll go behind us. Started off the day with a mixed bag here in front of us. So, looks like Copa's going to be number 2. Looks like Copa's going to go around to the backside. Copa not going to follow Frontier. So, looks like Copa will land at 2-3 or 5 right. Yeah, I've never been to Nashville. I've never really had a desire to go to Nashville, to be honest. It's not one of those cities I've been like, oh, let's go there, but I wouldn't mind going up to New York City. I want to go to what is that photo store? The supply store. I can't remember the name of it now. Ramona knows which one I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, I think Ramona ordered something from them. I can't think of the name of the store now, dang it. Alright, so next arrival, Frontier 3322 coming in from Miami. This is going to be Stretch, the Great Blue Heron. Yes, B&H, there it is. Thank you. Couldn't remember the name of it. I'd like to fly up to New York and go to B&H Photo. Get some equipment for the show. I like to be able to, you know, touch and mess with things before I buy it. It's where we've ended up with some issues with our tripods over the years. We've been with 3 different tripods over the last we've been doing the show for almost 2 years, but I've been doing this for longer than that, so we'll say 4 years. Alright, Copa, make up your mind. What are you doing? Now Copa looking like they're getting in line to come this way now. As you see, we got a Delta 737 ready to go. They better be ready to go. Better turn and burn that 900 back to Atlanta, Georgia. Follow the 900 for just a moment here while we wait on Stretch from Frontier. see we got a couple of A319s out here ready to go. One for Delta. I apologize about the air start. Very, very loud with the air starter here. Looks like Copa Airlines going to be number 2. Delta 2633, that was at 737-700 departing. They were headed to Atlanta. So again, Copa Airlines is going to be our next arrival. They are number 1 on the list. Is this A320 gets out of here? Is this A320 or A319? A320. They're going to let both of them go. The American A319 as well. Going to rapid fire departure and get them both out of here. I think Delta's headed back to Detroit. They are Delta 2164 headed to Detroit, that A320-200. And we got this A319 sitting here. Better get a move on. We got Copa coming. I've got eyes on Copa. Let's go for Copa. That A319 is getting a move on here. They've got plenty of room. That A319 should lift off fairly early. Working on it. That A319 is wheels up. Copa from Panama. So Copa coming in from Panama City. 4 hours, 1 minute flight time for Copa. We also got JetBlue 404 on final. We'll swing around a JetBlue 404 in just a minute, coming in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. We should see this one again. They should go to the corner gate. JetBlue should go to C10. So we'll get a good close-up of that one. We've got Stretch the Blue Heron coming in here to the alleyway. A little 2-for-1 shot there between Breeze and JetBlue. JetBlue closest. Breeze off in the distance. Nice touchdown for JetBlue from San Juan. Let's give you guys a quick close-up of Stretch. So again, JetBlue here from San Juan, Puerto Rico, 2 hours, 59 minutes of flight time. Something a little bit different here. That JetBlue making their way around here. I honestly think that JetBlue might have moved some of their gates around today. When I got here this morning, there were 2 JetBlues sitting back here in the alleyway here. One where this Frontier is at, and one right where that is at. So I was wondering if maybe JetBlue has moved one of their gates over here. Could be. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 3238 coming in from Atlanta. It's going to be another 737-900. So that one's going to arrive here in just a couple of minutes. It says about 1 minute or so. So just a reminder, make sure you guys smash the like button if you're just joining the show. Trying to reach 300 likes today. I think we're a little over 200 likes so far this afternoon. And again, if you're new, please subscribe. Sit back, enjoy the show. Chime in if you so choose into the chat. We don't mind at all. So again, Delta 3238 from Atlanta is going to be our next arrival. So far, 50 minutes of flight time as we await the noise of this one to shut down or move on. Hopefully now all should be a little more quiet now that the E175 is going to dip out of here. So check out our Delta from Atlanta, that's 737. Looks like we got Spirit Airlines from Detroit. Don't think that we'll see that here on our side, but that is one of our next ones. Showing 200, thank you, Vols Nation. Again, thank you guys for smashing the like button here this afternoon and this morning. Endeavor 5108 coming in from LaGuardia. Looks like it's going to be our next arrival. That's going to be a Delta Connection CRJ 900LR. So we watch our 737-9 coming back from Atlanta. So again, a little something different here with JetBlue hanging out over here on this side. We'll hang out with the E175 here while we wait on that CRJ. Mine's saying we're at 212 likes, so thank you guys for smashing that like button. Always greatly appreciate you guys. Endeavor 5108, that one is from LaGuardia. Spirit Airlines is going to go to the other side, it looks like. They're coming in from Baltimore. So Spirit to the other side. We kind of figured as much. Hey, Brigitte Klaus. Good evening to you. Alright, so as you can see, Copa's already touched down. If you guys are just tuning in, we've also got JetBlue over here in an odd spot. While we got a moment here, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of an update. Let's check on Air France here. Air France says they still have about 2 hours left in their flight, so they're going to be here a little possibly late, more than likely on time here. Aeromexico, where did you go? Aeromexico looks like they're over Alabama and Georgia, close to just south of Atlanta here at the moment. So about 52 minutes left in their afternoon, as they will be arriving here soon. It looks like we've got a 757 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Our second 757 arrival of the day. Delta 3245, they still have about 20 minutes left in their journey. We've got Air Canada scheduled for later. Jazz Aviation 671 coming in from Montreal, 40 minutes away for them as well. Looks like our next arrival is possibly going to be Breeze, but that Breeze is probably going to do the same thing as Spirit and head over to the opposite side. Breeze, Moxie 540 coming in from Windsor Locks, 1 hour, 20 minutes of flight time so far, arriving in 3 minutes. Hopefully we'll have that A220 over here. It is an A220-300. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if we get that one over here or not. Again, I feel like it's going to go to the other side, just like Spirit did a moment ago. So we're going to have a little bit of a quiet time here for a few minutes as far as the arrivals go. Good thing got all of those departures a little while ago, as well as those other arrivals. Looks like that Delta E175 is not quite ready to go. Of course, they're out there though. Comes that CRJ from LaGuardia. I didn't figure that Spirit to Baltimore would be a very long-lasting deal, since we have so many Southwest from Baltimore. Surprised they even did it, to be honest. So the CRJ from LaGuardia makes its way around. We've got that E175 out on the runway now. No turn and burn. A little turn and simmer there. Republic Airways 5609, that's the E175 that just departed. They're headed to Orlando. We do have Breeze Airways at Moxie coming in from Windsor Locks. They did decide to grace us with their presence over here on this side. So let's go ahead and swing to the A220. I know a lot of you guys like to watch the marshalling, but we do have another arrival. Got an A319 ready to go for American Airlines. Raina Taylor, welcome in to the show. Long time no see for Raina. That A319 on the move. We're going to stick with Breeze here. We'll pick up the A319 departure in a moment. Here at the other end. No sense in trying to make you guys sick. Trying to capture this departure. Kevin Reed, good afternoon. Kevin Reed from West Texas. Thank you for joining the show. So we got this A319 departing out of here. Pick Breeze back up going up the hill here. That American A319 headed to Washington D.C. via DCA via Reagan there. Here comes our A220. Yeah, I wish the runway was still closed, to be honest. It'd make life a whole heck of a lot easier for us. But the airport is absolutely very, very, very busy all the time. Taking their sweet time there to get a move on. There for Frontier. Figure out where they're headed in just a moment. Frontier 3314 headed back to LaGuardia. That is Rosa, the pink-headed warbler. I've seen her quite a bit the last couple of weeks here at RDU. So there she goes back to New York. Got some fueling going on over here for Frontier and JetBlue. Southwest touching down just behind us. Southwest coming in from Atlanta, Southwest 154. We do have that 757 from Atlanta here in just a couple of minutes. About 7 minutes out. So hopefully we'll get some more movements here in just a minute. Southwest coming, unfortunately. Southwest from New Orleans, Southwest from Tampa. Maybe we'll get one of those Southwests here on the front side. Aeromexico now, 40 minutes away. Let me give you guys those updates. Got another Air Canada with this one coming in from Toronto. They're getting ready to leave Toronto now. We've also got perfect call sign number for Sun Country Airlines, Sun Country 919. They're coming in from Minneapolis. They just departed about a minute or so ago. Rosie the River Otter coming in here in about an hour and a half, hour and 50 minutes, coming from Denver, Colorado. Got a lot of planes coming in from the northeast. One including Air France. Air France still about an hour 41 minutes away at the moment. As we await that 757. right now. We check out the fueling on Frontier at the moment. Yeah, Ryan Maddox, I'll be here until probably later this evening. We'll probably be here till about 6:30, 7 o'clock. We're going to try and get our 777s out of here. A nice cool afternoon, so we're not too awfully worried about the temperatures today. I do have some things all set up here in just a little while to keep the sun off of some of our equipment, just to keep it from overheating from being in the direct sunlight. But as far as the ambient temperature goes, everything is fantastic here this afternoon. According to the computer, it's 78 degrees here at the airport. So quite pleasant afternoon after the last month of, well, hell we've had as far as the heat and the humidity have gone this past month. The heat wave we've been in, hopefully we don't hit another heat wave. I do know the temperatures are supposed to go back up. Of course, it is August still. Today feeling much like fall. Delta getting closer. That 757 arrival due in about 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Brigitte, for the €2 super chat. Thank you so much. Again, Brigitte, a good friend of the channel here. She's always watching the shows when she can. Brigitte coming to us from Germany. All right, our 757 due in here in just about a minute. Trying to keep my eyes peeled for it. Thank you once again for the support, Brigitte Klaus. Absolute wonderful. Got several on pushback here. Got a CRJ just below us, so they're going to make a whole lot of noise here. And then we've got an E175 over on the other side. We've got another CRJ out toward the end of the runway already. That 757 should come into view here in just any moment. It's going to be followed by Republic Airways 4749 coming in from LaGuardia. But this 757 Delta is Delta 3245, again from Atlanta, Georgia. There she is. There is our 75. Exactly. I'm terrible at pronunciations, Lynn. Absolutely horrible at pronunciations. noisy little CRJ getting out of here. I feel like I can talk again. The CRJs and the E175s, very, very loud when they start. So we've got a lot of changing of airplanes over here on the other side. All American Eagles. See quite the standoff over here between the three. You can see the drop-off line quite full as well. Wind blowing in here on me pretty strong. I don't know if you guys can hear that from that other microphone or not. The wind is quite strong at the moment. Got Air Canada arriving here in about 10 minutes from Montreal. That's going to be that E175. Again, about 10 minutes for that arrival. Ooh, I feel like I have allergies. Sneezing there a minute ago. I'm trying not to. Hopefully this cloud cover will continue. It is a little on the sunny side, cloudy side, variable at the moment. I'm hoping the clouds that's got the sun covered for us stays. Hey, Zoe, good afternoon. Alright, so then American Eagles, they're going to switch places there. We've got that CRJ. Cloud cover's messing with the camera. So we're trying to adjust everything accordingly here. So again, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. We're trying to reach 300 today. I think the last count that I saw, we're up to 212. So the Delta CRJ out of here. They're headed to Cincinnati. Endeavor 4911. Headed to Cincinnati, Ohio. What do we got going on right here? One of our local buzzards. See, even he's blowing in the wind today. Struggling to make it happen for him. Daily occurrence with those guys out here. All right, one of those American Eagles gonna attempt to go at it. It looks like. Be here in just a minute. Air Canada now 6 minutes away. I think Air Canada will be our next arrival. I don't see anything else around us at the moment. Got a lot of planes coming in from the northeast, so we're going to get busy here in just a little bit. Air France still 1 hour and 26 minutes away. That 777 at 200 ER. Oh yeah, it's going to get really, really busy here in a minute. Here in about 20 minutes or so. So, American Eagle is going to be Republic Airways 4545. They're headed to LaGuardia. We have this one. We'll give you that information here in just a minute. Air Canada making their final turns for final. This American Eagle is, hold on, not up on flight radar yet. There it is. Envoy 4236, that's headed to Chicago O'Hare. It's headed up to our friend Matt Man there, Chicago. Jazz 671 coming in from Montreal. Gonna be our next arrival. That arrival in about 2 minutes. Good to see our battery not misbehaving today. Still have over half battery power on the battery itself, their big one. We're 5 hours into today's show, so that is a very, very good sign. Now it may drop out here before too long. Could possibly drop 2 bars. I don't know. Hopefully it won't. Hopefully it'll hold. Alright, here we go. Air Canada from Montreal. Here. Looks like we're gonna have that Delta A320. Get a move on here in just a moment. Figured Air Canada would have come to a short stop there. Looks like they'll go on down to the next taxiway. Pick up that good sounding A320 over on the other side here. So watch Air Canada make their back taxi. Delta 2521, that's headed to Minneapolis, that A320. It's got American 737-800 over here lined up, ready to go. Thank you, Pip. Pip let me know we're 235 likes this afternoon. Again, we're trying to get to 300 today. So make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Subscribe if you're new. Feel free to say hello. So Air Canada from Montreal. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2283 coming in from Boston. That's going to be an A220-300 this time instead of the A220-100. So that one arriving here in just a moment. Good to see the Delta A220-300 back here. Nelia, good evening. There is our A220 already. Looks like we got another Delta, Republic Airways 5823 coming in from MCO. That's going to be another E175 LR. Pick up Delta's A220 down here. Looks like we got quite the race between United and American off in the distance. Looks like United will come in on this side, American to the other side. next arrival from MCO. This is E175. Fighting that wind. It is a bit of a breezy afternoon here. Got a pair of Uniteds ready to roll. 737 MAX 9 and a 737-700 out there. Looks like Aeromexico is going to be number 2 for 5 left for arrival. Next arrival is United 2269 coming in from Denver. Another 737-900ER. And then again, that'll be followed by Aeromexico. Going to go ahead and swing back this way. We'll wait for Aeromexico again. Aeromexico number 2 for arrival here in just a minute. Again, this one United 2269 coming in from Denver, Colorado. 2 hours 56 minutes of flight time for the 737-900. Got American Airlines on final over on the other side. Republic Airways 4658 coming in from JFK. It's an American Eagle. So a couple Americans landing over on the other side there. Here this afternoon. That seems to be the story of the afternoon here today. A lot of different arrivals coming in different ways. Gonna have to make, remember what I said about the battery, so we're gonna have to make that battery change here soon. Probably do that here shortly after Aeromexico. We'll let that probably work itself out. We'll let it die and then we'll make that battery change. So we'll have that cut in sound when that battery dies. I want to make sure we use all of it. Mexico Connect coming in their revamped livery. I like the new livery. They changed the way that red stitching type decal looks. So we got that Republic from Orlando. We're going to go take it back to Aeromexico. Spend time with them. We've seen a lot of Delta connections today, especially the E175s. That one there coming from DCA. It's an American Eagle operated by PSA Airlines, PSA 5589. 45 minutes of flight time for the CRJ 701. Got a couple of Uniteds again waiting out here for departure. Speaking of CRJs, looks like we got Endeavor 5028. Another CRJ coming in from JFK, New York. Let's see, what time is it? 3:20. Doesn't look like the American 777 is going to move here this afternoon, or at least they haven't yet. Normally around 3:15 they start their pushback, but no such movement at the moment. Stretch, the Blue Heron livery, getting a move on here, getting pushed back. Gonna start engines here. Looks like JetBlue back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Looks like they're about ready to go as well. So again, our battery should be dying here any minute. We'll let it die, do do its thing. Then we'll pull up the next battery. We're 5 hours, almost 5 hours, 30 minutes into today. So if that's any indication, we may end up being here quite a while.
Looks like this 737 MAX 9 backing out of their departure here. Maybe they're switching places with that other United. Maybe not. The other United hasn't moved, but this MAX 9 turning around. Sorry, we had all that noise from the startup of Stretch down there. I'm trying to mute my mic. It's hard to talk over planes when they start up. So JetBlue 404 headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. That's going to be pushing back here. So quite the 3-for-1 shot there. United, Frontier, JetBlue. looks like we got United 1821 coming in from Houston. Another 737-900 arriving now in just 5 minutes, followed by Frontier Airlines from Atlanta, Frontier 1168. Junior, the Lynx livery. We've seen quite a bit of Junior here lately. So here we go. We got everybody jockeying out here, resituating themselves at 737-700, ready to go. We saw that one earlier. That one's headed back to Washington, D.C., I believe. Uh-oh, they're towing JetBlue. Maybe they aren't leaving. They could be towing them out. Oh, that's why, because they've got a CRJ down here pushed back. So they'll pull them around the corner a little bit there before they have their startup for JetBlue. All right, let's check on Air France here one last time. Like I said, American did not move. It says they're still about an hour away, so they're going to be here a little on the late side this afternoon, arriving at 4:30. So maybe the American 777 will push back and move here shortly. Don't know that it will. As United sits out there waiting for their departure. Still have Copa. Copa should be ready for pushback here shortly, I would think. forget, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you on the next show, hopefully Wednesday. If not next Wednesday, we'll see you on next Sunday's show. So, battery change completed. Next arrival is going to be the United 1821 from Houston. $737-700 United 2463. They are in fact headed back to Washington Dulles. Coming in from Denver. JetBlue ready to go. So they're already up on the runway, ready to roll. Back to San Juan, Puerto Rico for this JetBlue A320. So again, JetBlue back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Frontier looking like they're ready to go. Got a little double CRJ movement action here. Two of them making their way around. Looks like we got Frontier 1168 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. This is Junior, the Lynx livery. He'll be arriving here in just a second. 52 minutes of flight time for Junior. So JetBlue flying out of here as JetBlue 1903. Again, they're headed to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Stretch the Blue Heron ready and rolling. This one here headed back to Atlanta, Georgia, 737-900. And there's the American 777 pushing back. So that American 777 going to come make its way over here, over to the D gate. So they are officially going to do that here this afternoon. Air France now about 40 minutes away, 38 minutes away, getting ready to be on coast of Carolina. So we got Junior the Lynx over here, along with, we'll see the American 777 over here in just a minute. It'll go over here to this D gate. So Junior the Lynx coming in here. There's who we're looking for. Our marshaller there, gonna marshal in. Junior the Lynx. So if you guys haven't yet, please smash that like button. Again, American Airlines getting ready to be over here in front of us. Nice up and close. Subscribe subscribe if you're new as well. I think we started the day with 60, 62, something like that. Up to 83. So we've gained at least 20 new friends today. So thank you guys for liking the show and subscribing. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2704 coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina. This is A321 at 200. Mrs. Carolina gifting one membership. That one going out to Tony Gibster. Congratulations to Tony. Got our American 2704 coming in from Charlotte. Said the American 777 sitting over here ready and pushed back. They're going to taxi their way across the terminals here, across the terminal, park on the D gate so they can get loaded and get ready to go back to London. I believe Air France might be running a little behind today. Our next arrival is going to be Delta 1550 coming in from Atlanta. as the American 777 spools up, gets ready to make their taxi over. So that Air France can take that gate. Got an American Eagle gonna follow out the triple. Copa getting a couple of their last minute things done there. See, they still got a baggage belt hanging out underneath there. Got a couple of Delta and a United out here. There's Lynx Junior, the Lynx. We'll hang out with him for just a minute while we wait on that 777 to come around the corner here. Give you guys a nice close-up of that triple. So the American 777 coming around the corners here. Delta 1500 from Atlanta touching down, or 1550, excuse me. Let's stick with our 777 here though. John Southwell, good afternoon. So, that Delta CRJ headed to Washington, D.C. via Reagan. So they'll go downtown D.C. Got this United ready to roll. Took our Max 9 ready to get out of here. United 1991, that 737 MAX 9 headed back to Newark, New Jersey. I believe that's where they came from earlier this afternoon. Still have that Delta 757 here on the ground. I believe that one is lurking in the wind, in the behind the terminal there. I think that one getting ready to head back to Atlanta, possibly. As a matter of fact, there she is, our 7.5 back to Atlanta. So this 757 will head back to Atlanta, Georgia here in just a minute. Slight turn and burn for the 7.5. That's going to be Delta 3245, again headed back to Atlanta, Georgia, that 757-200. Leaving a nice little smoke trail out of that left engine. He's going to go a good ways out before they make that turn to the left. So, the American 777 sitting over here getting all of their services done. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4567 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee here in just a minute. That one going to be 1 hour, 5 minutes of flight time for that E175. We've got JetBlue 2283 coming in from Boston. That's going to be an E190 AR. We've got Air Canada just west of the airport here. Jazz 836 coming in from Toronto. Arriving in just 6 minutes. Air France is finally in North Carolina. Air France now 18 minutes away. That 777-200. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 254 likes. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Got another JetBlue 285 coming in from JFK. That one arriving in 35 minutes. Just now hitting the Virginia coast. So on to Republic from Nashville, Tennessee. C-175. Copa Airlines look like they could be ready to go here shortly. That E175 from Nashville make their way into the alleyway here in just a few minutes. Got a PSA on the way out. It is American Eagle, but it is PSA Airlines. There, that CRJ 700 making their way out. So, the American Eagle from Nashville, Tennessee. looking to come around here, make their way to their gate. Dang, the drop-off line is packed around the corner there, as you guys can see. Drop-off line absolutely full here. Should make for an interesting evening. Come on, Copa. Again, Copa looking like they're about ready for their push. Somebody walking out there to retrieve the cone, so it should be any time now for them. Got a Delta CRJ on final. No, Air Canada, sorry. So we'll swing around to Air Canada coming in from Toronto. Nice touchdown for Air Canada. Again, the American 777 sitting over here getting all of their catering and stuff finished. Again, like I said, Copa should be ready for pushback here shortly. It looks like they've gotten out there and gotten all of their cones out of the way. Next arrival is going to be that JetBlue 2283 coming in from Boston, Mass. That's going to be that E190 AR. 1 hour 38 minutes of flight time for this one. Air France still just northeast of the airport. Getting ready to be east of the airport on the downwind here in just a moment. So we'll see that one here shortly. is exactly east of the airport here, just behind us. Air France at 777. We've got this E175 getting ready to get a move on here, so I'm trying to not compete with the noise as much. Greg, good afternoon. Beacons are on for Copa. I assume so, John Southwell. See, I don't know what the deal is with JetBlue today. JetBlue, several times today, I'm going to have to send out a message here to a friend of ours and find out what the deal is with JetBlue. JetBlue has been over here all day. So I wonder if they have pulled some of their flights out, and so now they only occupy this one gate over here toward the end, or what the deal is. Looks like we got wheels up in a Beach King Air and a 350i coming over here, coming from Pittsburgh. So we got this Beach King on the way. Greg gifting one at Carolina Aviation membership. That membership going to Carol Ann. Congratulations, Carol. Thank you, Greg. Copa Airlines pushed back over there, getting ready for their departure. Got that CRJ headed back to DCA. That American Eagle CRJ 700. Got Frontier from Denver coming in, but we do have a Delta connection. CRJ Endeavor 5400 coming in from Cincinnati. 1 hour and about 3 minutes of flight time by the time they land here. Be interesting to find out which way they decide to go. Air France makes their final right 2 turns to get on final. We'll see where that CRJ ends up. It's a possibility that CRJ ends up over on the backside. We did have one Delta connection already land back there a moment ago. Coming in from Newark, Endeavor 5260. So we'll have those 2 CRJs back here in the alleyway. Looks like one of them is gonna come over right here in front of us. So Air France and that CRJ on final. So we check out Copa's push. Man, that line for the drop-off. Absolutely full this afternoon. Looks way better than it did on Wednesday. Wednesday, if you guys were watching the show, this one was completely empty. Dana with a $2 super chat. Cloudy, rainy, and Tryon, Western North Carolina. I know Tryon. I know a little bit about there. I know more about further west of Asheville than I do east of Asheville. Thank you, Dana. Greatly appreciate the support. And thank you for watching there around my home area there in Western North Carolina. As Copa moves on here. There's a Delta CRJ that landed on the backside over there. Oops. Alright, where did our other CRJ go here? Hold on. Let's take another look at flight radar. Okay, it's still coming. I thought maybe it went over to the other side. And as you can see, they've already moved the American 777 over here. They've already finished up the catering, it looks like. Catering and cleaning. They had 2 catering vehicles up against it earlier. Now it looks like there's only one over on the other side of it there. Kind of can see the corner there. Here comes our CRJ. We're going to stay over here because of that 777 arrival. So Air France, our next arrival, 8 hours, 32 minutes of flight time by the time they touch down here, looks like. Coming in from Paris. They are arriving a little late here. I feel like they're a little on the late side this afternoon. Arriving around 4:30. Normally it's around 4:20, 4:15. Last week I think it was like 4 o'clock. They were arriving pretty early last week. she is. It's the one with the different colored nose on it again this weekend. Dana gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Thank you, Dana. Nellie was gifted that membership. Sadly, I'm not down far enough. Plus, give me a second, we'll try to get them again, but we do have another one here on final. I am watching Air France here as well as trying to get you guys this shot. This is Frontier. Looks like we've got another river otter here. I can't remember this one's name. I saw it a minute ago. So Air France gonna come around the corner here. We're not in the best spot to give you guys a really good shot of them round in the corner, but we'll do our best. Give you guys the shot of the nose at least. Alright, now Copa is up and out of here, or will be here shortly. Copa getting to the end of the runway. Couple of CRJs making their way in here. Gonna make a whole lot of noise, of course. So we'll have to give them a minute. Looks like JetBlue 285 is going to be our next arrival from JFK, New York. That's going to be that A220-300. That one arriving in just 3 minutes. They're making their 2 right-hand turns to be on a final. As you saw, Copa getting out of here. Copa headed back to Panama City. Got the little E-175 sitting here, ready for their departure. Nobody on final just yet, so they got plenty of time to sit here. 263 likes. Thank you, Ramona, for the update. Make sure if you guys haven't smashed the like button yet this afternoon, please do so. Trying to get to 300. We're almost there. So thank you guys for all of the support. Smashing the like button. Make sure if you guys aren't subscribed, subscribe. Feel free to say hello. Don't have to. But you're more than welcome to say hello. That is Republic Airways 5759. No information yet. Give it a minute to load. We've got a 737 on the runway now for United Airlines. So that E-175, that was headed to LaGuardia. That finally loading there on flight radar. Figure out where United's headed. United is United 2288. Give it a minute here to load. Nice, Josh. United 2288 headed to Denver, Colorado. That's 737-900. We've got JetBlue from Boston and an A220-300. That is our next arrival. Yeah, I got some family that lives right in the flight path of RDU, especially when they're coming in from the north. So anytime we go over to their house, I like to sit out on the back patio and watch the planes come in. Especially the big ones like that. The 777s, of course. Lovely to see our A220. Looks like Air Canada getting ready to head back to Montreal. Should have Aeromexico Connect leaving here shortly. Be nice to see those two leave back to back. Looks like our next arrival is going to be American Airlines 2462 coming in from Los Angeles. 4 hours, 20 minutes of flight time. There'll be about 4 hours, 21 minutes by the time they come in. Oh, somebody gifted 5 memberships. Ramona gifting 5. Pete Mitchell, Aviation, all that's random. Twin Chevys, Larry, and Kendra Green all gifted those memberships. Thank you so much, Ramona. Ramona with the big support today. That is 12 or 13 gifted memberships here today. So thank you so much, Ramona, for the support. Digging all the videos you've been doing, Ramona, out here. She's come up and spent the last 2 weeks hanging out with us here at RDU. She's had a lot of nice videos popping up out of here, so make sure you guys go follow Ramona there. She also has been posting some from Washington Dulles this week. And there's Air Canada. No way that made it that fast. Did it? Got our Delta A220 100 ready to go here back to Boston, Mass. Maybe we'll get a nice turn and burn out of Delta. Yeah, I think JetBlue has moved gates here. So we got another one coming down this way. So Delta, that A220 out of here. American from LAX on final now. We'll go to American from Los Angeles. American 2462. Again, 4 hours, 23 minutes of flight time for this one so far. Nice touchdown for the 737-800. So I saw, the reason I said that is I saw that JetBlue A220 tail down here. Again, like I said, this JetBlue, and then there was a JetBlue this morning as well as the one coming from San Juan, Puerto Rico was over here. Got Sun Country landing on the other side, Sun Country 919. Delta 1075, that was that A220-100. Oh, it was a 300, sorry. That A220-300 headed back to Boston, Mass. We've got United 1502 coming in from Chicago, 737-900ER. Going to be our next arrival here in about 4 minutes or so. I don't know if I've got enough camera to do what I want to do or not. So it does look like that's all of JetBlue's equipment. So I'm thinking maybe they moved gates. Instead of being over there on C10, they're over here on the D's now for whatever reason. So there's American from Los Angeles, 737-800. Canada to Montreal. Caught just the tail of it sneaking around the corner there. Looks like they still got some catering going on over here on the 777. You can kind of see there towards the rear the corner of the catering truck. Again, we're going to try to stay here for those two departures, both of the American and Air France 777 departures. We're going to do our best. Check on the battery. We've got a full battery. Everything is charging nicely and filling up. More than about 2 hours left in today's show, depending. Possibility of about 2.5 hours in today's show. Very nice afternoon here. Computer still says it's still about 79 degrees. I don't know that we made it into the 80s here. Very low humidity today. Couldn't ask for better weather for plane spotting. I wish all summer was like this for us, to be honest. Knock on wood, we haven't run into any issues today due to heat or anything like that, so it's been a very decent day. We haven't had to turn on any of the fans or nothing. We've had a fairly nice breeze. There goes Air Canada. Again, that Air Canada about to head back to Montreal. Looks like a turn and burn for Air Canada. United 1502 coming in from Chicago. Still have our Toronto Air Canada flight. We still have an Aero Mexico Connect here as well. That one should be ready to go here in about 10 minutes or so. Their E195 in their newest livery there. So Jazz 672 again headed back to Montreal. We saw that one depart here a moment ago. Got Alaska Airlines coming in a MAX 9 here in about 17 minutes. Alaska 572 from Seattle, Washington. As of right now, 4 hours 25 minutes for that MAX 9. Again, we'll see it here in just a minute. Dave, good afternoon. Boy, these Florida flights are flying way out over the Atlantic Ocean here, trying to avoid a storm, I assume. We've got one from Miami, one from Orlando, and one from Tampa. So it looks like there's a possibility of a storm out there towards the coast of South Carolina, Georgia. Out there, I haven't checked the weather radar to know what's going on out there. Oh yeah, big storms out there over Jacksonville. Charlotte getting a little bit of rain right now as well. Looks like we're going to be free and clear for the evening. Nice cool weather here. It's gotten quite breezy once again. So we started the day with 5762. We're up to 5786. Make sure if you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. Don't be afraid to say hello in the chat. Looks like we've got a American A321 off to Charlotte, possibly. I'll get that information for you here in just a minute. But there you go, the American A321. So again, good afternoon, everybody. All that's random. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So that is American Airlines 2704 headed to Charlotte, North Carolina. That A321 at 200. Still have that American 777 here. Again, we're waiting on Aeromexico. Aeromexico, again, should be pushing back here within the next 5 minutes or so. Possibly a little later. The American 777 won't push back until about 6:15, as well as the Air France 777. Again, we're going to try to stay for both of those departures here this afternoon. I got plenty of battery here today. Thank goodness we didn't have any issues with our batteries. The possibility of staying for Iceland. Iceland will be the only exception if we decide to stay for anything tonight. Iceland still 2 hours 19 minutes away, so right around 7:30. Don't think we're going to stay that late. I did see Aeromexico up on flight radar here. They're getting ready to begin their pushback. Delta 2496 coming in from Salt Lake City. That's going to be our next arrival at 737-900 ER. 3 hours. 27 minutes of flight time so far for that one. They're arriving here in about 5 to 7 minutes. And that'll be followed by Alaska Airlines, Alaska 572 from Seattle. About 7 hours into today's show, about 3 minutes away from being 7 hours. So thank you guys for sticking it out with us this afternoon and this morning. Let's check on. Ooh. Looks like we got Junior the Lynx getting ready to push back here in just a moment. No beacons just yet, but they gotta get the AC unhooked. Other than that, Junior's closed up and possibly ready to go here shortly. Aeromexico Connect, ready to go back to Mexico City. Freshly painted E195. That is Aeromexico's redone livery. Looking good. That freshly revamped livery. Got an American Eagle that's pushed back. This one here, he's still got to roll up the air conditioner hose for Junior the Lynx here. About to have that next arrival, Delta 2496 from Salt Lake City. This one again here with the Spirit of Seattle sticker on board. We saw this one here when Barbara flew in from Salt Lake City 2 weeks ago. Speaking of Seattle, we've got Alaska 572 coming in from Seattle next. That 737 at MAX 9. Got a Delta CRJ out here ready to go. We're going to stay over here and wait for Alaska. Alaska close enough now, can wait. Air Canada back to Toronto, pushing back. Thank you, Brian Lloyd, for the update. 280 likes. We're 20 likes away from reaching our goal here this afternoon. So thank you guys for smashing that like button. Beacons on for Junior the Lynx, Frontier Airlines. So that MAX 9 will head up the hill here over to Terminal 1. So we'll catch one last sight of them. Junior the Lynx has pushed. Yeah, that would be really fantastic, John. that would be awesome for the airport to do something like that. Here is Delta 1018 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Air Canada around the corner as well. So again, Air Canada going back to Toronto. Junior the Lynx on the move, as we saw. 1 hour 35 minutes of flight time for the A319 from Fort Lauderdale. Next arrival is going to be American 1894 coming in from Charlotte. That arriving in about 4 minutes. So 28 minutes of flight time for that one. By the time they touch down here with us. again, that one's American 1894, excuse me. Coming in from Charlotte. About 28 minutes of flight time for that one. Frontier 4797 headed to Atlanta, Georgia. This is our Air Canada again headed back to Toronto. It's got that A319 from Fort Lauderdale coming back here in the alleyway. So again, Toronto, where Air Canada is headed. So again, we had that A319 from Fort Lauderdale grace us with their presence back here in the alleyway this afternoon. Next arrival is going to be Delta 1407 coming in from Detroit, Michigan. It's going to be another A319. Then we've got Delta 2600 in about 10 minutes coming in from Atlanta. Again, we had a lot of flights from Florida come around that storm there around at Jacksonville, just off the east coast of Florida. Lots of planes ready for arrival within the next half hour or so. fact. Looks like we're going to have a nice busy evening here for you guys. Or late afternoon, I should say, before evening. Will is correct. We've got about 14 arrivals in the next 30 minutes. So it should be an exciting next half hour or so. Keep us nice and busy as we reach about the last hour of the show here. Try to get our 777s out of here, and then we'll be done for the day. Again, this is Delta 1407 from Detroit, Michigan. 1 hour, 15 minutes of flight time for this one. Got an American Airlines 737 being towed up the hill here. They might be headed up to the maintenance area up there. You're very welcome, T. Swiss, good afternoon, good evening. So again, like I said, we've got about 14 arrivals here in the next 30 minutes or so. United there chilling behind the American 777 tail. There's our American triple. United waiting there. Get ready for their departure. We've got Delta on the way out there as well on a 737-900. That one getting ready to go back to Atlanta, Georgia, I believe. And we got JetBlue's pushed back. This one came in from Boston earlier. This one gonna head back to Boston, I believe. We got planes coming from all directions. Planes coming, planes going. Definitely will be the busiest hour we've had all day today. So that is off to London. It will be later on, about an hour from now. Probably a little less than an hour. Usually push back around 6:15 p.m. local time. So the 737 at 900 going to burn up a lot of runway here. Thank you, Ramona giving us an update. 290 likes. We're 10 likes away from our 300 like goal today. There we go. United getting ready for their departure. Delta 1550 headed back to Atlanta, Georgia. That one was the 737-900. Another Frontier pushing back over on the other side. You saw the top of the tail there. Another 900 here, going to burn up a lot of the runway. JetBlue and that E195 off and running. Come on, give me some info here on United. There it is. United 2407 off to Houston, Texas. 737 at 900. JetBlue with their E190 back to Boston. We also have a JetBlue A220-300 on the ground on the other side of the terminal over there. That'll be headed back to JFK a little later on. Next arrival is going to be Frontier. Coming in from Tampa, Frontier 3372. So it looks like JetBlue obviously on the move. We can see that. Air France, man. Been a long day. Frontier getting a move on here. So Frontier hanging out, getting ready to pull out here. Looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2600 from Atlanta. It's going to be another 737-900. JetBlue is going to head on out. Here's good afternoon. Next arrival on our side is going to be Republic Airways 5669 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. 1 hour, 16 minutes of flight time for the E175LR. That one arriving now in just about 3 minutes or so. No, our two 777s are still here ready for departure. Or not ready for departure, but they're loading up now. Still got about another hour or so before the 777 departures. Welcome, Bald Nation. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you coming and hanging out with us, spending your Sunday morning and afternoon with us. We're going to try to roll into the evening a little bit here again. 7:30 probably the latest. So JetBlue 2283 headed out of here. Got the Republic Airways 5669 on final. Again, this one coming in from LaGuardia, Delta Connection E175. is going to be followed by United 717, this MAX 9 coming in from SFO. 4 hours, 31 minutes, 32 minutes of flight time possibly for the MAX from SFO in just a moment. Get the Frontier out of here. Frontier 2225 headed to Denver, Colorado. So we pick up our United from SFO in the 737 MAX. Our next arrival is going to be Delta 1312 coming in from MCO. They went way up to the north, it looks like, of the airport here. Well, maybe not. They went directly east of the airport. They had to make a really odd left-hand turn there. Flying back now, downwind of the airport. Again, they're trying to avoid that storm off the coast and covering Jacksonville, Florida. So they've had to make some different changes to their flight paths. Let's see, what kind of progress do we got going on over here on the 777? Looks like they're finishing up some baggage stuff. They've already got her hooked up, ready for pushback. Again, she should push back here in about 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Again, we've got Delta 1312 from MCO going to arrive next. That's going to be another A319. So that one arriving in just a few minutes. 1 hour, probably 1 hour 30 minutes by the time they touch down. Right now, 1 hour 28 minutes of flight time so far. touchdown there for Delta. What's up, Nelia? Got an American Eagle, I believe. Nope, American 3008 coming in from Miami. But however, that one is going to come around on the back side there due to another American Airlines coming in on the front side of us. It's going to be Republic Airways 4514 coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That one arriving here in just 2 minutes. About 55 minutes of flight time for that one. Again, coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's got a CRJ pushback down here just below us. Hey, it's an actual Republic Airways livery. Saw one of these last week. Not often that we get to see the actual Republic Airways liveries. Most of the time they're in the American Eagle or the Delta liveries. Alright, we got the CRJ starting up. Delta 508 is going to be our next arrival from Los Angeles. It's going to be a 737 at 900. I have that Republic Airways around here in just a minute. Hopefully, there it comes. Good to see an actual Republic Airways livery. We'll have to come back to that. We do have the 737 over here coming in from Los Angeles. This Delta. Got 3 Americans making their way in. Of course, one of those probably going to be a Republic or 2. Got that CRJ trying to get out of here so we can get that Delta A319 in here. Speaking of A319s, there's an American A319. We didn't catch that one's arrival. They did come in behind us, unfortunately. And of course that Delta 737 just came in from Los Angeles, making their way back up here. Sounds like our JetBlue A220 might be on the move. All right, they're moving our cargo handlers here for the American 777, so hopefully that one will get out of here in just a little bit. It's A319. I don't know if this A319 is going to come back here or if it's waiting for a different gate. There is our JetBlue A220 back there. Looks like they are closing up the 777, getting ready for its pushback. Again, we're going to end the show on our 2 777s there. So it looks like American Airlines 1441 from Philadelphia is going to be our next arrival. It's going to be an A320-200. That one arriving in 2 minutes, so about 54 minutes of flight time for that one. Again, we have our A220 getting ready to head back to JFK, New York. There for JetBlue. Here's that CRJ we had pushed back a moment ago. Seen a lot of CRJs today. Last week it didn't seem like we saw hardly any. This week it seems like it's been a mad rush for the CRJs. So we'll skip out on the CRJ at the moment. Stick with our A220 for JetBlue here. Colin Dutton, good evening. I didn't say hello to you, Colin. Looks like that A320 is going to go to the other side, so that means we've got American Airlines 2693 coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth. 2 hours, 20 minutes of flight time for this 737-800. It's been doing a lot of runway splitting today for the different airlines. Cargo handler moving away from Air France, so maybe we'll have double pushbacks here. Again, we're going to end the show with those two. of those other Americans went over to the other side, unfortunately. So it looks like JetBlue back to JFK. Our A220 here. Yeah, Brigitte Klaus, I'm still live for a little bit here. We're gonna get these two 777s out of here, and then we're gonna end the day. Now we await movement out of this 777. Now that all of our arrivals have made their beds, they're all in. Six o'clock, we should see that jetway move any time now. There's no more equipment there around the 777. Could possibly be around 6:15. But we did see the cargo handler for Air France move off to the side. They're ready to get that one out of here as well. That American 737-800 lurking back there. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 305 likes. Appreciate that. Go down and try to get close to them, to like on the stairwell right there. Nice. What is that, 18 to 50, 55? Now you just need you a 70 to 300 or a 150 600. Won't work. Wrong kind of cameras. I don't know that you could lift that thing. Couldn't wheel it all day, that's for sure. It's hard to wheel. That thing weighs like, I think I weighed it one time, it weighs like 4 pounds. It's pretty heavy. Yeah, you should be able to edit those in and be able to crop them in and stuff. Should look good. Oh yeah. Not sure what this American's waiting on. There's not a whole lot to be waiting on. Oh, that's a good shot. We do have United 2485 coming in from Newark, New Jersey, 1 hour. Probably about 7 minutes of flight time by the time they get here. It's going to be on another 737 at 900. As we await this American's departure here. There we go. Thank you, Brigade Klaus. Thank you for coming back. Again, we've got a short time left here, about 30-ish minutes or so, depending on how long it takes our two triples to get a move on. American 2462, that's headed to Los Angeles. Our LAX flight out of here. Any second now they'll start moving that jetway, I feel like. So again, United 2485, that's 737-900 coming in from Newark, New Jersey. Just around the corner here. Thank you for the €2 super chat, Brigade Klaus. I greatly appreciate your support, as always. Staying up late and hanging out with us this evening. Nice touchdown for United from Jersey. Catch them here on the back end. patiently waiting on that jetway to move. It's like any second that jetway will start moving. If we sit here and stare at it, maybe we can will it to move. Hey, looks like we've got a heavy coming. FedEx 785 coming in from Memphis, Tennessee, 767-300F. That one just to the northwest of the airport. That one arriving here in about 7 minutes or so. Looks like our next arrival, though, is going to be Frontier 4610. Scout the Pine Martin. Again, that one coming in just a minute. That one arriving here just 3 minutes now. Come on, jetway. I'm telling you. I'm trying to will it to move. Won't be long. Why are you hovering over there? Come on, jetway. I know you want to move. Sorry. Will's like hunkered down over here. I'm not sure what he's up to. Dang, that drop-off line is packed full. Lining up around the building there. Come on, jetway, let's move it. FedEx, dude. FedEx. I can't see it. Can you? Will's over there making all kinds of faces at me. That's what I keep laughing at. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's just, you know, hanging out over there. It was over there. Alright, so got a couple of Frontiers coming in. Again, a Frontier 4614 coming in from Houston, Texas. Gonna be our next arrival. Hey, Rosa, the pink-headed warbler coming back. Frontier 3313 coming in from LaGuardia, New York. So this will be the second time today we've seen Rosa. And of course we have that FedEx 767-300F on final. As well. bet they start moving the jetway now that we move the camera away. So that's Scout the Pine Martin, whatever that creature is. I don't know if I know that I've ever seen one of those. I think we've seen this plane here before though, but I think I said the same thing the last time. Not sure what kind of critter that is.
Hey guys. Can you stop laughing at me? I don't know what this guy's doing, but he's making fun of me.
I wasn't making fun of you. You kept ducking. You were ducking below the car and laughing.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
Speak louder.
Come on, Jetway. All right, again, we have that 767-300 up next from Memphis. FedEx 785, 1 hour, 26 minutes of flight time. Got Alaska Airlines popped up on flight radar on the back side there. So we should see Alaska here in just a few minutes as well.
Oh shoot, that's close.
Yeah, it's like right there.
Be right back, guys.
You better hurry. Will's testing out his camera, trying to gather some shots with it. Hey, Tony, what's up, sir? Yeah, we're gonna end right here after the 777 departures. Gonna stick around here though, of course, for this one. But our 777s should push back here anytime. Been trying to do longer shows on Sundays here of late. Good sounding arrival. FedEx is going to go long there. We'll go back to that one in just a minute. Let them get past the terminal there. Give you another look at whatever that thing is. So FedEx will run full length the runway there, go down all the way down to their terminal. So again, FedEx all the way down to the end of the runway as they reach their terminal. Where are they trying to go with this one? Looks like that other Frontier, Rosa, is going to go to the other side. We do have Republic Airways 3624 coming in from Washington, D.C., coming in from Dulles. It's going to be an E-175. I know this 777's about to push back anytime now. Looks like a cat. Maybe it's like a ferret, part of the ferret family. I don't know. So they'll park right directly in front of our 777 there. Next arrival is going to be that Republic Airways from Washington Dulles. So again, Rosa went to the other side, unfortunately. Miss out on Rosa again. We did see Rosa earlier this morning. Rosa, that pink-headed warbler for Frontier. They come in from New York. For the second time today, hey, look who we got on the push. Air France not messing around today. They showed up a little bit late. They leave it on time. They're going to leave before American. Hey, welcome back, Michael C. Again, this is one of our final planes of the night, or afternoon, I should say, evening, getting into evening now. Air France pushing back, and then we've got the American 777 that we're going to wait for, and then we will be done for the day. There it is, beacons on for the American 777. So both ready to go. Swing around here to American. You guys should be able to hear American fire up quite well, being that we're right here on top of it. So beacons on for that 777. one of my favorites, Alaska Airlines down the hill, this 737 MAX 9. They're not even going to stop. They must have been cleared right away. They didn't even slow down. They just ran right out on the runway there. So this this Alaska Airlines headed back to Seattle. It's another MAX 9. Thank you, Randy. Again, good evening, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in this evening. Make sure you guys smash the like button. If you haven't, give us a last ditch effort. I know we made it to 300, I believe, already for the day, but every like counts. As Alaska makes her way back to Seattle. Again, that 737 MAX 9. And of course, we've got an A319 pushing back here just below us. Gonna mess up the sounds of our 777. Pushing back, starting engines. Can't ever have it quiet when the 777s are leaving, can we? Alright, on to the triple. Do one more check here. I want to see where Iceland Air is, just in case. Oh yeah, Iceland's still over almost an hour away. So we will be ending with these two 777s here tonight. right, Air France is on their way. Finally on the move as we check out the American 174 Heavy. Getting ready to make their way back to London. That A319 we heard starting up there. It's just parked behind it, waiting on them to get a move on here. So there we go. Here she goes. Possible back-to-back departures here for our 777s. I saw a Delta out in between the two. Hopefully American's going to let that Delta go, and then we can get Air France and American depart back-to-back. Again, these two are the last planes of tonight's show, so thank you guys, or today's show I should say. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you to my moderators who came in and moderated for a little while. And for those who were here all day, thank you guys so much. Thank you for all of the continued support, as always, for this show. You guys do a wonderful job supporting us, keeping us here at the airport. Couldn't do it without the support of you, the viewers. Folks, I don't know about the Trents. So this 777's running the Trents. The other one is running the GEs. So it is the smaller GE90s on the Air France. So those two Deltas are going to have to move out of the way for these two to get a move on. So again, like I said, thank you guys so much for spending your Sunday afternoon and morning with us, part of your evening here, as we wind down tonight's show, or today's show. Seven friends away from reaching 800 today. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel and you enjoy what you see, try to get us up to 800 here today. We started with 62, so we did make it 30 new friends today. So thank you guys. We got a couple more weeks here. We wanted to try to reach 6,000 by my birthday in 2 weeks. But I don't think that's going to happen. We still have 207 left to go. But definitely, I think we might be able to get there by Labor Day for sure. All right, you guys enjoy the 777s. I know that A319 is still down there making a whole bunch of noise. Let's get these triples out of here. John V for the update on the likes. 325 likes. We crossed our goal and beat it by 25. So thank you guys. Doesn't look like we're going to have that back-to-back departure here. Looks like the American 777 going to sit and hang out for a few more minutes. Going to get all of these planes out of here. Give you guys some more departures here this evening before we head off the air. Our A319 Delta there rolling out. So again, we're 7 away from reaching 800 on the subscriber count. So if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, if you like what you're seeing, subscribe. Feel free to say hello in the chat here. Again, we're getting ready to end our 777. Going to be our last one here, possibly. We've got 6 planes to go. They're all going to line up for their departures. Good way to end the day of plane spotting here with a big rush. Got another A320 ready to go for Delta Airlines. Delta 1275 headed to Tampa. That one an A319 100. Looks like we got an American ready to go back to Charlotte. Got another A319 right here, another baby bus. That one there, Delta 1407, headed back to Detroit, Michigan. And here we have that Frontier down here starting out. So now we still have about 4 left to depart. So again, we wait for this American 777 to go back to London. Looks like we got Delta 3246 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. 51 minutes of flight time for this 737 at 900 ER. That one will be here in about 3 minutes or so. We'll see who decides to take off between now and their arrival. Kind of a standoff at the moment. Delta from Atlanta. Another 737-900 extended range. Delta 3246. And 31 likes. Thank you guys. All right, we do have the possibility of another arrival. We've got Envoy 3770 possibly going to be our next arrival. We do also have Delta from MCO, Delta 1370. So the possibility of 2 more arrivals here. Stay, of course, we're going to stay now that it's busy. So it'll be busy for the next 20 minutes or so. Try to get our last little bit of the day completed. Still got plenty of battery and no worries of dead batteries. Everybody's going to pass up the 777 there. We're going to continue to wait. Got another A319 on pushback. Got a lot of departures here in just a few minutes. Republic Airways 5669, that's the one we just saw depart, that E175 headed out to LaGuardia. United lining up there, getting ready for their departure. Frontier 4609 headed to Houston. We've got American Airlines sitting down here at A321. I have a feeling this is headed to Charlotte. We've got Envoy 3770 coming in from Washington Dulles, or not Washington Dulles, Washington DC via Reagan. There, that's going to be this one right here.
Can this 777 hurry up? I'm waiting down there for a while. I'm complaining.
Hey, Spirit of Seattle. That one getting ready to head back to Salt Lake City. We saw that one coming in from Salt Lake City a little while ago.
I saw that American pull out. I got upset. I saw the United.
Speaking of United, where's he going?
But yeah, I saw the United. I saw it come out. I got angry again. Then I saw that Delta. I got angrier. I saw like 2 Delta A319s push back. And I knew those guys were gonna go before the 777. So I got upset. So now I'm here. And now look what's happening. I'm gonna have to go all the way back because now the 777 decides to move.
Yep, there she goes. You
all gone back.
better hurry up and get your butt back down there. A321 for American Airlines up and out of here. Got that Delta Spirit of Seattle going right now. That one going to go back to Salt Lake City. That departure, though, is American Airlines 1894. They are headed back to Charlotte, North Carolina. About a 28-minute flight here. Again, I believe this one is headed back to Salt Lake City. American 1891 coming in from Miami, Florida. This A319, 1 hour, 46 minutes of flight time. This arrival right here. Speaking of A319s, we still have this one just below us starting engines. That's what you guys are hearing there. That 319 just down below us. Looks like we've got Endeavor 5150 coming in from JFK, New York. Another Delta connection, CRJ 900. So I assume the 777's going to wait on the CRJ. We've got a whole line of aircraft coming in, so we're not going to end for quite a while here, you guys. I thought we were going to end with the 777s, but I didn't realize how much traffic we had coming in. There is a lot to be seen. We've had a lot of Southwest today, Lynn. It's just where we're at today, being that they were on the fives today. It makes it harder to see them on a day like today. We need them to go back on the 2-3s so I can go back down to the other end of the parking garage. There's that CRJ coming in from JFK. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that 777 departure. Again, we've got quite a bit of traffic here, so we're not quite gonna get out of here just yet. Gonna stay and snag as much of this traffic out of here and in here as possible. Nice, Derek. I know, I really enjoy seeing the Lufthansa 747s. We see those when we go up to DC. Alright, we got this A319 ready to go. Next arrival is going to be American 1888 coming in from Dallas Fort Worth. We've got a Delta and another American, so at least 3 more arrivals. So I think what we're actually going to do here tonight is we're going to end with Iceland. Iceland is just 15 minutes out, so I think we will make it to Iceland tonight. Get all of our international flights in today. Bring you guys a super long show on this perfect weather Sunday. The weather here has been absolutely phenomenal. No complaints from me today. Yeah, we did have a lot of Lufthansa action this week. I did see that diversion and stuff. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here for that diversion. Here's American 1888 coming in from Dallas. So close to touchdown. Give you guys one last marshalling shot here. We do have a 737-900 ready for departure here. A lot of CRJ action here. I've got 4 right here in front of us. Give you guys this one last CRJ marshalling shot of the day. Oh, could have a couple more. We do have another CRJ on the way in. Delta with the turn and burn. Delta unavailable. Give it a minute. I believe that one's headed to Atlanta though. Delta 2600, it is headed to Atlanta, Georgia. That 737-900ER. I got one more CRJ to bring in here. Again, we are going to stay for Iceland's arrival. like our next arrival is going to be Republic Airways 4399 coming in from Chicago O'Hare. That one arriving here in just 1 minute. It's going to be an American Eagle. Hey, we're two subscribers away from reaching 800 today. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button and you're enjoying what you're seeing, smash that subscribe button. Come back, watch anytime you like. You don't have to watch us all the time, but we are 2 subscribers away from reaching 800. For a grand total of about, what did I say? 38 today, almost 40. If we reach 62, we reach 40. Or if we reach 802. So again, if you haven't subscribed, you enjoy what you're seeing, please do so. Again, you can come back and watch whenever you like. Again, this one coming in from Chicago. I'll give you guys one more count before we end the show here, but again, Iceland going to be our last arrival of the night. That way we get all of our international flights in for today. Of course, the only ones we didn't see today were Lufthansa and WestJet. And Bermuda, of course. I always forget about Bermuda. We've never seen Bermuda. That's one of those that we probably won't see before the end of the season. Unless I can take a magical Friday off again. I should have done it on the 4th of July. I should have split 4th of July up just to get Bermuda. Alright, so it looks like our next arrival is going to be Delta 2782 coming in from Boston. That's going to be an A220-100 this time. It was the 300 earlier this afternoon. Iceland Air now just 9 minutes away. So again, like I said, Iceland will be our last arrival of the show. Hey, and we did it. We hit 801. So thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. Again, make sure you guys can come back and watch anytime you like. But thank you guys for getting us over 800. We're now 200 away from reaching our goal of 6,000. We wanted to do it by not next week, but the week after, the week of the 15th. But I think I'd have to be out here every single day in order to get us to those 200 subscribers.
Talk yet?
Lower. Yeah, it's really loud, so lower. Alright, so that A220 gonna pull off there. They're gonna pull off early. Unfortunately, we were hoping for for them to go long. Got United getting ready to get out of here. Looks like another 737 at 900. Yeah. I had it set low. Because of where we're at, I didn't want it standing up so high. You're confusing me. I don't speak in sign language. I do know a couple things in sign language.
You want me to make this higher?
No. You're good. I was saying that don't talk too loud because the volume on that is up really high.
Oh.
So United getting out of here, the 737-900. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. 7 likes away from reaching 350 on the day. So if you also haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Let's get to 350. We did have that goal set for 300 earlier in the day. We need another record-breaking day like we had a couple of weeks ago. Reach 500 here.
Is this a good volume? Okay. Hey guys, what's up?
United 2059 headed to Chicago, that 737-900. Just give him flight info. So we're getting down to our last plane of the show here. Now everything is starting to slow down. Always the busy time there from 6 to 7 p.m. here. That is one of the beauties of our weekday shows when we come in here and start at 6 p.m. Generally quite busy. It looks like we've got another A321 for American Airlines going to pull up there and hit the penalty box, possibly right here behind this Delta A319. There's another Delta on the move as well.
Anyone want a blue raspberry slushy icy? Well, you're gonna have to wait 6 minutes for it.
So there you go, American A321 and the Delta A320, A319.
Chicago.
So Iceland 821 from Reykjavik, now 6 minutes away. What was that?
We're getting the A220 back here. No!
No. Go over there. So again, Iceland Ice 821 from Reykjavik, now 5 minutes away. That's going to be close to the last plane of the night. We've got one coming in from Charlotte. I think that one will beat in our Iceland. And then of course we've got these two departures over here. Looks like the A220 is going to have to sit and wait for a gate.
Well guys, what now?
Iceland is going to be a MAX tonight, by the way. It's going to be the 737 MAX 9. So far, they're 6 hours, 13 minutes into their flight. And they're arriving now in about 5 minutes or so.
Republic might go soon. The gate is detached. But there's a plane behind it, so it can't really go. 3 CRJs back here. How many Deltas can I see? 5.
One more like away from 350. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. I'd say it's been a good day for almost 9.5 hours, wouldn't you guys?
Guys, we're at 3:15.
American 1904 now on final. As we stare down this 3-for-1 shot here. Got an American Eagle ready to go. Gonna beat out these two that have been sitting here in the penalty box. Those two, I would assume, are waiting on some weather or something off in the distance, or wherever they're going. Here comes our A321 from Charlotte.
Have you already done the flight information for this one? Darn it. That's my job.
I know, Harry. I'm gonna have to send out a message to one of our guys in the control
I
tower.
see some pilots down there.
To one of our guys in the control tower and be like,
think I
hey,
should-
you know, you need
No,
to
I don't have my scooter.
you need to make it where
I was
everything
gonna
comes our
ask
side.
If I could go down there and get a Delta trading card. See if
Oh, they're down there.
yeah.
You probably could. You probably make it.
No hole.
Be like, hey, you guys got any of them trading cards? All right, American Eagle getting a move on. We're going to stay focused on this one here. Actually, we're going to turn back to the other side here and wait for Iceland from Reykjavik. That one will be our last arrival of the night. I don't know that we're going to stick around for these two departures here, but Iceland we'll stick with Iceland till it gets to the gate. I think they're going to go to the middle gate over there on the D gate. I wish they would go to the corner like they used to. They used to go over to the corner closest to us, like where Lufthansa goes. All right, Iceland coming in from Reykjavik. Ice 821. 6 hours, 35 minutes of flight timers thereabouts. The 737 MAX 9. So give us all of our international flights for this Sunday.
That was
Iceland here just on the other side. Follow their taxi all the way back.
Brian's gonna tell me to be quiet, but that other one was American Eagle 4417 headed to JFK.
So for those of you that have been here all day, I want you guys to notice that the temperature's been down really low today, and we didn't have not a single service issue today. So you guys can see how much the heat affects what we have to do. I didn't even have to adjust the quality of the show. Quality of the show stayed right where it needed to all day. We need more weather like this. I need to live somewhere where it's like this year-round. So I can provide you guys with uninterrupted shows. Of course, we won't have any problems in the wintertime. We didn't even make it to 80 degrees today, I don't think. So very comfortable day here. So we wait on Iceland to come around to their gate. We've got a Frontier ready to push back. We've got that American A319, A320 on the move. Gonna stick with Iceland over here. We've seen a lot of American and Delta today. That A319 gonna get a move on. We've got
I think I messed up.
one more Frontier pushback.
Iceland there as a photo.
Probably.
So is the next Sunday.
We also have that Republic Airways livery pushed back there just on the right side of your screen. Iceland going to come around the corner here in just a second. As that A319 thinks about it. There they go. That A319 out of here. All right, Nelia, have a wonderful evening. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out with me a little bit today. There is Iceland.
We're missing American taking off. I think you need to get that.
We're not going to get to see a whole lot of Iceland pulling into the gate, unfortunately. There goes that A319 up and out of here.
Guys, he almost missed a plane. Missed a single plane yet today. He almost lost that streak.
That's American 1441 headed to Philadelphia. We've got a United ready to go. And we've got another Frontier pushback here. Got that Republic Airways on the way. I think we'll allow Republic to be our last one. That is kind of a special livery. It's not one that we see here every day. So after Republic departs, we'll be done for the day. We're trying to make it to 7:30 here because I don't like ending at weird times. I like to end as close to a 30 or on top of the hour as possible most of the time. Thank you, Nelia, gifting 1 Carolina Aviation membership. Firewalker John gifted that membership. Thank you so much, Nelia. you'll hear Pine the Martin starting up. This is Frontier below us. That Delta A220 still sitting there. They're waiting for a gate, I do believe. $354 likes. Thank you, Brian Lloyd. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Let's give you guys one last update on the count. We hit 40 new friends today. So thank you guys. We're up to 5,802. Got about 2 weeks left to reach 6,000. I don't know that we'll get our 198 in 2 weeks. That'll be really, really hard to do. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult. Again, I'd have to be out here probably every day to get us there if I wanted it by the 15th. Republic go?
How much longer?
Gonna wait on Republic, and then after Republic.
How long has it been? Like 9 hours?
9 hours, 30 minutes according to this. Still got 4 hours for the actual show to be on for 9 hours 30. Come on, Republic. You're our last departure here. Everybody else we've seen today. Brian, everything has been nice and well behaved today. Thank goodness, with the cooler temperatures. I haven't had to mess with any settings or do anything to it. We've not lost a single frame either today. I have a thing that at the bottom of the screen that tells me how many dropped frames I've had. I've had 0 all day long. So like I told you guys, the heat really messes with the quality of the show. It messes with how well we can bring you guys the show. So we got an American 737 along with that United 737. American gonna force that United to move. We're waiting on that one Republic Airways. That is, to me, a special livery. We don't see it here that often. And of course, we got Frontier on the move, American, and a Delta. After that, we'll be done for this episode of the show, this edition. United with a turn and burn. Now, if Republic goes and sits in the penalty box, we'll end there, because it looks like they might be headed over to the penalty box. It looks like there might be some issues with some weather. I don't know exactly where they're headed, but it looks like there might be some weather issues. So that's really going to delay them out. bank to the left there for United. Seems like they've been doing that quite often today. Oh no, Republic going to cut through the traffic here and get up front. All right, United 1769 headed to SFO. 737 at 900 ER. Republic Airways going to say toodaloo to all of you. All the rest of them are going to sit there and wait. Again, this one here going to be our last departure of the night. I do consider this one a special livery because we don't see Republic Airways very often. Something new every day. Thank you, Ramona. Just sitting over here waiting. That Delta A220 right there next to Frontier waiting for a gate. But that's going to do it, everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. Republic Airways 4425 headed back to Chicago. That Republic Airways livery. So, I want to thank you guys for a wonderful long day. Thank you guys for sticking in there with us through all of the end of the show here. Again, thank you to my moderators. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions today, watching the show, spending the day here, letting the show run in the background. That helps a lot as well, whether you guys are watching or not. Lurking and watching the show is fantastic. So, thank you guys. We will see you guys again on Wednesday. We're going to do our best to be here Wednesday afternoon. So again, we're trying to reach that 200, that 6,000 mark in 2 weeks. So we're going to try to make a semi-big push for it here. So again, thank you guys, and we will see you all next week. Night, everybody.